Just me and you, Audrey. Alfredo,
Say Alfredo's name.
see you. Right, Kate is coming. Allison's coming. All right. Well, good evening, everyone.
Hello.
Why don't we begin with just a brief kind of check-in and just respond to the prompt, sharing with us how you have arrived. So, how you have arrived. I'm going to kick us off. I have arrived relieved because I get to be with you for the next 5 hours. And I walk away from the frustration of a finished document that I lost. Lost it in my computer, 25 pages. I cannot find it. So I got to walk away from that frustration and I said, okay, I'm going to come hang out with them and I will look for it Monday. I can't even imagine looking for it tomorrow. So I'm relieved. I feel relief. Anybody else? How have you arrived? Give us one word and then tell us how that word works for you.
I'll go.
Okay.
Um, I think the word would be accomplished. That's how I have arrived this evening. Um, I finished. I was able to do what I had set out to do today with ease. Of course, I'm back to my regular schedule of not having to go in, so I was able to resume my regular, schedule. So I slept in a little bit. I, had a good meeting. I felt like it was a good supervision meeting today. Yeah, it just accomplished.
All right. Accomplished. Thank you. You didn't have your commute today, so that means you didn't have the 1 hour with the bedroom door closed.
Did not have to.
All right, but you're accomplished. Wonderful. Mm.
I think my word would probably be settling in if I'm allowed to add a preposition. Um, because one, just there's a lot that's going round and round in my days these days. And two, this is kind of a stage in CPE and seminary where things start to just come a little bit more fast and furious. And I'm grateful for the opportunities and grateful for all the ways they challenge me. And I'm also grateful to come here and just know that this is safe and set apart space in a calm way for me, where, like Donna, though, without the pain of losing a document, I can just come and put things aside for a season and just be with some really awesome people and feel glad about that. So I'm settling into that transition right now as I speak.
Settling in. All right. Relieved, accomplished, settling in. I'm hanging out with the right people. Anyone else?
Mm. I'm hanging in there.
Hanging in there. That's your one word? Hanging. Okay.
It's been a unexpected busy day, but
But you're hanging in there.
mhm.
All right. Relieved, accomplished, settling in, hanging in there. Alfredo, bring us home. That doesn't have to be your word.
I can say serenity.
Serenity.
Serenity after a busy day, after a so stressful day. Beginning the day, wrapping your coffee, on your sweats, on your pants, before it stands, before start the day, seeing a patient. Stay still.
Oh, good. All right, thank you. So I want to invite us to take a few deep breaths and at your own pace, however you want to do it, eyes open, eyes closed. We're just going to hold the space together. And I'm going to lift each of our words. And I ask you to just take a deep breath before I begin and then when I end. So let's begin with our first deep breath. Serenity. Hanging in there. Relax your shoulders if you notice any tension in your shoulders. Relax your jaw if you notice any tension in your jaw. And settling in. You may have tension in your neck. I invite you to gently stretch your neck. Accomplished. Relieved. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I invite you to recenter yourself with open eyes, but remain grounded in the stillness that we have as we transition to our conversations. And who would like to lead us off?
Just to confirm, this is the book conversations, right?
Kate, that's a good thing to confirm.
Thank you.
Yes, yes, I'm sorry. Our conversations about our book, Professional, Spiritual, and Pastoral Care. All right, Alfredo, take it away. Remember, it's 30 minutes and you
I'm
divide
gonna
your
share
time.
what I'm writing.
Okay.
Okay, this is the reflection I made in the first and second chapter of the book, creating a personal theology to do spiritual pastoral care. And for me, chapter 1 and 2 of Professional Spiritual and Pastoral Care explore the process of creating a personal theology that grounds and guides one's pastoral practice. This chapter emphasizes that effective spiritual care begins with a clear and integrated understanding of one's own beliefs of God, humanity, suffering, and healing. Reading and reflecting on those chapters has deepened my awareness that my personal theology is not abstract. It shapes every encounter I have in the hospital, especially in moments of crisis and traumas. How impact my pastoral care practice? The authors invite the chaplain to articulate a theology that is both authentic and practical, one that can stand in the presence of pain and ambiguity. In my work in the trauma hospital, where suffering, loss, and hope coexist daily, I have realized how crucial it is to have theological that can sustain both myself and those I serve. My theology of pastoral care centers on the belief that God's presence is revealed through compassion, relationship, and the act of accompanying others in their suffering. The belief helps me approach each encounter not as a problem to solve, but as a sacred moment of connection. When I enter a trauma boy or a family waiting room, I am guided by my theology of incarnational presence to be with rather than do for. These chapters also remind me that pastoral theology must remain flexible and evolving. Each patient encounter, each tragedy invites me to revisit my beliefs and to hold space for mystery. My personal theology helps me to honor every person, unique spiritual journey without imposing my own assumptions or interpretations. Invites me professionally as a chaplain to put aside my own belief system theology and support the belief system of those whom we provide chaplaincy care. How impact on my self-care? Creating a personal theology also demands deep self-reflection. The process invites me to ask, what do I truly believe about life, death, and divine presence in suffering? How do my experience, culture, and faith tradition shape my responses to trauma? In the hospital settings, especially in the trauma unit, Those questions are not theoretical. They come alive every time I stand beside a grieving parent or pray over a dying patient. These chapters have helped me recognize that my theology is tested not in words but in presence. How I embody compassion and peace when confronted with the raw realities of life and death. I have become more aware of how my theology influences my emotional reaction. For example, when I encounter suffering that seems senseless, my beliefs in God's abiding presence help me to remain calm and centered, offering hope without minimizing pain. This awareness allows me to practice pastoral humility, to accompany others without needing displaying the unexplainable. In summary, chapter 1 and 2 of the book have trained me understand that pastoral care flows from who I am and what I believe about God and human life. My personal theology shapes not only what I say and do, but how I see and respond to those in crisis. In the trauma hospital, this awareness allows me to serve with deeper integrity, compassion, and faith, offering a presence that reflects both my humanity and the divine compassion I seek to embody. As professionals, we are there to provide pastoral care to everyone without exceptions, as no one is better than another. Gain a better understanding of the human condition and God's grace and apply these qualities in a very practical way with life-changing deaths. That's about chapter 1 and chapter 2. Do you want me to read the other two chapters I choose?
Yeah, that's really the center. I'm not asking anyone to do chapters 1 and 2, but thank you, Alfredo, for doing that. Just the two chapters that you particularly selected, and give us
Okay,
some time to have dialogue with you.
okay. I'm gonna read one and give it some time, then I'm gonna read the other one.
Okay,
Please. Okay.
okay.
I choose chapter 2 because I've been faced almost every day.
Chapter 2 or chapter 12?
Chapter 12, sorry, chapter
Okay.
12, because I face it almost every day. Sometimes, like today, 3 times in a day. I have to be with people who are facing and their lives with families. And that's why I choose this chapter. Because chapter 12 in Life Chaplaincy Care explore the secret and complex world of accompanying patients and family as they approach death. It emphasizes the chaplain service as a spiritual companion who help people find meaning, reconciliation, and peace during life's final stage. Reading this chapter has profoundly shaped how I understand my pastoral role in a hospital settings, where death often arises unexpectedly and the need for compassionate presence is urgent and secret. Impact on my pastoral care practice. The chapter focuses on presence, listening, and honoring the patient's spiritual journey, reinforces the heart of my ministry. In end-of-life situation, especially after traumatic injuries or sudden medical decline, the chaplain's task is not to fix or explain, but to hold space, to be fully present in the midst of fear, grief, and uncertainty. In the trauma unit, I often meet families who are shocked and disoriented by the news that their loved ones will not survive. This chapter reminds me that my first offering is emotional and spiritual grounding. Sometimes that means helping a family pray, guiding them through farewell rituals, or simply sitting quietly with them as they begin to absorb the reality of loss. The text highlights the importance of spiritual assessment and cultural sensitivity, recognizing that each person's experience of dying is shaped by their beliefs, values, and backgrounds. This awareness guides me to approach every encounter with humility, curiosity, and respect, ensuring that the care I provide aligns with the patient's and family's faith tradition and emotional need. The chapter also underscore the chaplain's role in the interdisciplinary team, advocating for the patient's spiritual and emotional well-being within the medical plan of care. This challenge me to communicate clearly with nurses and physicians, translating spiritual concern into language that support holistic healing and dignified dying. How impact my self-awareness? Working with dying patients continually confront me with my own feelings about death, loss, and fate. Chapter 12 invite me to deep my self-awareness, to examine how my personal experience of grief, hope, and mortality influence my ability to be present with others. In trauma settings where end-of-life decisions can unfold suddenly, I sometimes feel the emotional weight of being the one who pray over a barrier moments after a failed resuscitation or comfort parents after the death of a child. This chapter reminds me that my authentic presence, grounded, compassionate, and not anxious, it is itself a sacred offering. It also compels me to reflect on the care of my own soul through monitoring, reflection, and spiritual practice. Maintaining my interior life allows me to maintain an open attitude without feeling overwhelmed by the constant exposure of death and grief. In this way, self-care becomes an ethical and spiritual responsibility. In summary, Chapter 12 and Chapter 12 on End of Life Chaplaincy Care has profoundly enriched my pastoral identity. It reinforced that true spiritual care at the end of the life is not about words or rituals alone, but about being a compassion grounded presence, someone who honors both the pain and the holiness of dying. In the trauma hospital, this awareness helped me serve with deeper humility, courage, and faith, accompanying others at the threshold of eternity.
So we have about another, let me see, will be till 6:10. I do want to ask you a quick reflection question. You talk about the being in the place with those who are in the transition to eternity. Is that your theology, that everyone transitions into eternity?
As I can say, it's my theology, but I've been talking about my theology, not the other theology. Could be different from the other ones.
Right. But
But I
that's
made
just,
yeah.
yeah. No, thank you. I know the thought of everyone that transitions into eternity just struck me. So I was curious about your theology.
Yeah, maybe for others, this reincarnation, I respect.
Mm.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I respect, and I'll be granted with them. Yes, different people who thought different about after death,
Yeah.
and I respect that.
In your theology, do you have a concept of heaven and hell?
Yes, and my theology, yes. Another theology, I don't know. They could not. But my theology, yes. But as I say, I respect other beliefs. I just try to describe how impacted my theology. Maybe I'm wrong or I'm right.
Hmm.
What
Is
do you
there-
think?
I think I'm so 100% sure I don't have the answer to that question. But is there any difference in your presence if you're in the presence of someone by your theology who's going to hell?
I have to be fully present uh, in any case.
Have you had that experience?
Yes, yes, I do have it. So many difference. Like today, I'm being in a 3 different scenarios when the last one didn't want me to say any prayer, not at all, because he doesn't believe and he's in the last station, the last hours, I can say, because as the doctor say happen, he's gonna be alive no more than 3 hours. It just happen like that.
Mm.
So I have the opportunity to be with the patient, and just listen and just be there. Also with the wife who was there. Yeah, as a chaplain, to be fully present in those moments is essential. It's everything. With curiosity, with openness, and let the family guide you. And not be there to guide the family where I want been to go. I've been there to let the family guide me where they want to go. I mean, to guide the situation. They are the leaders in that moment.
Mhm.
I just try to walk along with them in that situation. Could be somebody who say, I don't need you, or somebody who say, thank you for coming. In both scenarios, I have to be fully present.
I can appreciate that. And is there any conflict within you in terms of your faith, or do you just
No,
compartmentalize?
in the beginning, when I started the course, of course, but as soon as I'm be more aware about myself, about my feelings, about my theology, I'm being open about the other's theology.
Mm.
So I can say the deeper I know my theology, the deeper I can know the theology of others
Mm.
and understand the respect, the sacredness of their belief system. Because in the end, I am there for them.
Thank you. That's very helpful. You have about 10 more minutes, and I know you have another chapter.
You wanted to read another chapter?
I'm not requiring that you read it. I really want to encourage you to facilitate dialogue, conversation, more than you read it. But if that is what you prefer to do, you can. And there's about 10 more minutes left.
Okay, I'm gonna read it.
Okay.
But I'm gonna read only the impact and my awareness because this is short. And I choose the chapter 50, the spiritual care staff. And I can say I choose this one because for me it's so important because I find out myself in a different scenarios in the hospital when the traumas process is in the way when the nurses and the doctors are trying to save the life or in a different scenarios with the same purpose for the patients. I can see the anxiety, the despair they have it, the stress they are working in it, trying to save the lives. And I can say, like this morning, they tried to reach the wife of the patient, and the medical has to decide they're gonna intubate him or give it to him a CPR. And the staff start and the doctors start giving to the patient the CPR, and start working for 15 minutes until the wife answer the phone. So when the wife answer the phone outside the room, I hear the wife say to the doctor, please stop the CPR. Stop the CPR. Don't do nothing more for him. When she say that, the patient start responding. So they looking one each other like, okay, we follow, we stop. So since he respond, they have to follow the response of the patients and return him back. So I can see the confusion of them, the worries of them. So for me, the staff, I don't want to say that it's more important than the patients, but my responsibility as a chaplain is to take care of them, to walk to the aisles and wash them and see them. Most of the time, I can share a scenario with you when I was walking through the ED, and I find out the trauma one was in a process, and there is like 3 or 4 medical students. That was the first time that they see a trauma, and then the sadness of the nurses and the doctor, because they lose the patient. They work in the patient for 45 minutes and they cannot take him back. They cannot do nothing about it. So the frustration, the atmosphere was so sad, the sadness, can feel it. And I can see the fear on the staff, the fear of the new nurses. So when everything ended, I approached one of the nurses and I asked the question, how are you? How you feel? And it's like I feel like I open in like something in a bowl express, like I took I opened just and everything explode inside of her, sharing the scaredness, the fear that she feel confused, and I start minister her. And I find out that it's those moments when they decide if the career they are following is good for them or not. But I find out that they are good for what they are reaching for. They are studying for nurses or for doctors. They are good. So only they have to be aware about what they're gonna face, the traumas they're gonna face. I hear a nurse who say, I approach myself, I ask her, how do you handle the traumas? They say, how am I handle? I came with fear every time I came to the hospital. With the fear, then the speaker is gonna came a trauma one, and I have a fear to find out that it's one of my family or it's one of my friends. Every day, every time I came to the hospital, I came with that fear. That made me worry about who's take care of them, who has the time to approach them, to ask them how you feel, how you handle, and I help you in some way. So that's why I choose spiritual care practice and give it to me a lot of light about how can I, or the things I can implement in my role as a chaplain to help them. Things for the staff, for the doctors, for the nurses, even for the people who work in cleaning the rooms. All the janitors sometimes are the first one who get traumatic signs in our lives, because when they enter to clean the room, The room is full of blood everywhere. That creates traumas in the janitors and the people who clean the room. Everyone who is exposed to those rooms doesn't have to experience the trauma when the CPR is on process. Used to enter into the room and see the chaos, the room ended because of the needles, of the blood, everything was happening in the room. Every person who came into the room can be impacted for that. So for me, spiritual care staff is so important. And the more I walk into those rooms, the more I understand the importance to make connection with them, to not ignore them, to say good morning, good evening, to smile to them, to say everything is going to be okay, everything is going to be okay, don't worry. Teach them that nobody is there to change nothing, because sometimes they get into the medical arena, try to fix things, try to change things. Sometimes it's not possible. And fight with those thoughts without feeling the failure, hopelessness, the incapacity to change things, create traumas on them. So make me reflect on what am I doing to help it, and what can I do in my pastoral care ability.
Thank you for sharing that. Any feedbacks or questions that come to mind for you from Alfredo's presentation? Thank you, Alfredo.
I have a curiosity, Alfredo, if I may. So as a hospital chaplain, my understanding is your primary is with the patient. In this scenario that you're talking about, these many scenarios, you jump from patient to staff. I'm curious what happens inside of you. It's almost like physically, I'd think about you moving your place in a room or moving the way you look at a thing. But I just wonder if you could speak a little bit to that balance and that dynamic, because I kind of understand you, the patient, and the staff as sort of a maybe dynamic organism is a way to say it.
Yeah,
You
the
could speak
first,
to that.
you finished to answer your question? You know, the first step is you have to have a lot of self-care. Okay. And second, knowing that you are not there to change nothing. Okay. And I don't follow any guide. I just follow my heart. Okay. And first, when it's a trauma, first I take care of the trauma with the patient and the family. Then the second is go back and see the staff. Okay. I don't see everything together. I separate. First is the patient, then the family, then I can come back to see the staff, how they are. If I can respond your answer, I can respond in that way. But knowing that I'm not there to change nothing. Because most of the time, in the beginning, I get a lot of frustration because I want to do everything for everybody. I can't. See, as I spoke with somebody, I have to choose my battles. Okay? What is more important in the moment? and I have to discern. So that way, what I'm doing is, in the beginning, when the trauma is in process, I step back. I see everything from upside, watching everything, taking notes. Okay. After that, I follow the process of who do I have to take care? The family. I approach myself to the family. Then, in the notes I have it, I follow my notes, Okay, that nurse looks like a kind of lost. And I approach myself. The first thing I have to do is make connection with them. Okay? Be friendly with them. And then I send God's timing, they open it with me. And now I have 2 years and a half, 1 year and a half working in the hospital. Like I say, there are a few nurses to come with me for an advice and a couple of doctors. And for me, it's an amazing accomplishment. But emotionally, it's too overwhelming, too stressful. Emotionally, it's hard. It's so hard. That's why self-care is so important. So important right there. Because sometimes after all this drama, 45 minutes, I go to my office and I just lay down and cry and ask God to renew my strength. And I can be there for 30 minutes, just renewing my strength, getting myself back together. Even though if I receive a call, I don't respond. It's not the time because I have to recover myself. I let God do the rest. Because in the hospital, always is going to be a need. Always. Nobody can respond everything in a hospital with 400 beds and a trauma area. It's impossible. We are only 3 chaplains, 4, and I am the only one who is full-time. So I have to take care. I hope that helped you.
I would make this observation that after COVID, many hospitals began to switch their model of chaplain staffing. It is traditionally it's based on patients, 1 chaplain per 50 patients. Not all hospitals meet that ratio, but many hospitals began to switch. The switch, however, was 1 chaplain per 1,000 employees. It still led to an increased number of chaplains in those healthcare institutions, but you can imagine. And I have experienced some professions who, and some doctors who specifically say to me, particularly surgeons, if I need the chaplain, I'm weak. So thank you, but no thank you. So that there's a mentality among some of them. I'm not saying that universal. I'm just saying from my experience that I know the business I'm in. Things like, I lose some, win some. I got to go to the next one, especially in trauma settings. They're very much going to the next one. Yeah. Do Kate, in your setting, are the chaplains responsible for care for the staff or only the inmates?
if staff asks, we care. There are no designated staff chaplains. In general, the assumption is that work cares for the inmates, but we absolutely have staff who ask. And we also have staff who are hostile towards it. So that's a more delicate piece of what we do.
Thank you. Very helpful. Thank you. Thank you, Alfredo. Let's take a 5-minute break, but before we go, who would like to lead our dialogue next? Thank you, Kate. All right, I'll see you in 5 minutes. Thank you again, Alfredo.
Thank you.
Do you have a preferred personal email? I just realized you actually have two. No, you only have one, Kate?
Me, yeah, I have, when I signed up for CPE, I signed up with my work email, which I check all the time.
Okay.
KateCanova@gmail.com is my personal email. I check both, but just,
Doesn't matter. Okay.
yeah, usually the problem is now they've split our computers. So I have a work only computer and a personal only computer. So sometimes I gotta do
Go.
stuff back and forth, and what my account's open to and can access is computer specific. So that's why it gets blurry. But you could use either. KateCanova@gmail is the one that is where all my personal work for this class usually lives.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're all back. Take it away.
All right, let me share. Can y'all see that? Huh? Okay.
Yes.
So, I did do a quick summary of chapters 1 and 2 for this, but mainly for just things I'm thinking about. So, one of the ways I came at this assignment is just to kind of pause and assess where I am in my learning, because all of these things are things we've heard before in whatever capacity we were able to hear and understand them. And my way of thinking about things is like I go over and over a thing and kind of try to layer on top of it new insights, new perspectives, even new language. A lot of times for me, as I process, I'll call it fluency of skill set. So I did a chapter 1 and a 2 analysis, just kind of with that in mind, just kind of what are my foundational views. I don't need to go over them because I know Donna said that that's not really the focus of this, but this is kind of just my summary of chapter 1 and 2. If anyone ever wants to look at it, you can see, but the importance of our theology, our background, that there's no right or wrong way to do things, that this shows up in real life. What we're aiming for is compassion, presence, hope, and awareness of suffering, and constant self-reflection. So just kind of using those 2 chapters as a foundation. I actually chose chapter 7. I debated because I read several chapters in this book and it felt a little bit like a cop-out because we talk about this stuff a lot. But like I said, sometimes I need to hear a thing 20 different ways to have it sink in. So I went through this chapter with kind of that mindset, and I have a lot of notes marked up in my book. But one of the ways I hadn't really thought about these practices is as sacred work. I tend to think about tasks as things to be accomplished and skills to be acquired, and am I getting better at them, and how am I growing measurably? But I decided to come at this time from that perspective. So if I take these skills that we learn, these very concrete, implementable skills as sacred work, what does that mean? So the first part is kind of self-explanatory, just sort of summaries of the main things to be aware of. What is listening? What are personal barriers to listening? And then just this idea of presence. I've been thinking a lot, reflecting a lot about presence as a sacred thing, because for me, and in my space in particular, there isn't a lot that feels sacred. It's a very mucky, ugly, loud, angry space. And how do we hold that in tension with some of kind of this set apartness that this job, this skill set gives us? So how we bring our presence into a space can impact the tone of the space. And I've had this example happen a few times, and it happened today, so I'll just share it. But normally I teach a class on Wednesdays and I couldn't teach it today. There was something going on in the facility. So I went into the dorm and I did door to door. They just let me go to the doors and I go around and I chat with every single person. I knock on every single door. And I was about probably 3/4 of the way through, and I had gone in and it was rowdy and people were talking and doing things. But as I'm moving around, I didn't really notice it. The tone just got a little quieter. People were respectful as always. And then one of the people pointed out, Chaplain, just pause. Like, do you see how much the dorm calmed down because you're here? Like, we just know that you're here and you care about us. And this person used the word, you're just so serene. And I thought that's really interesting because I'm just in this dorm of like loud everything. But I come to the door, I'm probably this far away from the door. There's a little window, so I'm looking at them. It's probably like 6 by 12 inches, talking with all these people. And somehow this serenity is communicated as a sacred thing, a thing to change the tone of this big, empty, echoing, contentious space. So that was kind of one of the things I just thought about as I was listening and responding, is it's not just a conversation. Every door conversation is different, but I'm also bringing something to that door and adjusting my tone and my body language, the way I lead in or the way I grin or the way I shrug, all as kind of part of a dynamic that sort of has to happen in this little itty bitty frame to create a sense of community or connection. And so these key responding skills, we've talked about them. No one will be surprised by this. Just the idea that we're engaging almost as a dance. And it's not so much formulaic, which again, I can tend to go to as just a, did I check all the boxes? But sort of this idea that there's a bigger dance, for lack of a better word, at play. And it isn't necessarily choreographed, but we can sort of sense the movement and move with the movement. And then you move to the next door and it's a different dance, and you move to the next door and it's a different dance. And all of these tools can be drawn from in different ways, depending on what your gut says about a given space. So just reading it in that sense, it was really interesting. I underlined and highlighted some of the specific things. I don't know that that's important for this conversation. But then this self-awareness and that's something I've really been playing with in terms of this class, right? Because it's not like we get a manual for how to be a good chaplain and then you just do the manual and then all things work out as you always dreamed they would. So it's this dance, not just of trying to understand the other person, but understand where you are with grace and with capacity for your imperfection. So just like Alfredo, maybe on a day where he's at 75% and has to go do this awful engagement that no one would want to do on their best day. Days are like that. We go in to do our job on days where maybe we're less than, or something isn't working just right, or we have something else going on. And this idea that we can both do our job well and balance grace for ourselves and our imperfection in a space, and leave that gap, in my theology, up to God, but just leave a little window for the fact that everything I do doesn't drive a thing. There's so much space for God to work, even with me just bringing the best I am, if it's not perfect. And what I see over and over that helps me kind of calibrate over time is this last section where listening brings healing. It really does. Not every time, not perfectly, not 100% accurate, but over time, I am lucky enough to be able to engage with many people in many communities in a way where you do see a little bit of healing growth, a little bit of healing responsiveness, a little bit of curiosity from something that came out a month ago that you would have thought nothing of, that somehow is still an undercurrent, helps people find meaning and voice. You see that build in trust and just the way that people actually will greet and engage through little tiny spaces in little tiny ways when they don't have to. I mean, they don't even have to answer. Like if they don't respond, I just keep going. They don't have to walk to the door. I won't look in. But I can't tell you, in a room of 50 people, probably 40 plus will get up and come and stand at the door just to engage, even if it's to say, no, I don't really have anything to talk about today. But there'll be other days where they say, oh, I really want to talk about this, or can I just say this one thing, or here's how I'm feeling. So I appreciate that meaning shows up in that way too. And then, of course, presence, not fixing, walk with them through their story. In most of these stories, because there's so many people, it's just little instants, but the instants do, I think, add up in really sacred ways. So why does this matter to me? All of it for this particular chapter. I put that spiritually supportive listening is a sacred practice that invites sacredness into profane spaces. And by profane, I mean using it like ancient church used it, where it was just, there was the church and not the church, and they called it profane. Now it has other implications, but just that like church space, holy space, spiritual space, and just regular life space. It transforms and grows us and provides a tangible way of offering attention, autonomy, and dignity to care recipients who may not always respond perfectly, but our attempts to listen well are precious in their own way. So I'll just pause there because that's the end of my first chapter chunk, and ask if anyone has thoughts, observations.
I loved your image of the dance. Thank you. Appreciate that. I want to ask you a quick question, but Alice, I want you to go first, and I can ask my question at the end.
No, I just said, I really love the quote. I don't know, is it from you or the book?
Oh, it's from me.
Oh,
I just tried to summarize kind of key ideas from the chapter, but
right. I love that we may not always respond perfectly, but our attempt to listen well are precious in their own way. I think it really also encapsulate a lot of what is said in the book. So thank you.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that too because I didn't remember that quote in the book. So I was going to ask about that. But I noticed, I think it was the slide before where it said communication as a ministry. Yeah, communication as ministry. That struck out to me too in that chapter. As a matter of fact, I chose chapter 7 as well, because this whole listening thing for me is really new. I'm really learning it. So I'm glad that you highlighted that part. And then on your quote that came from you, you said spiritually supportive listening is a sacred practice. And I like that. I could appreciate that spiritually supportive listening. That to me resonates better with saying it like that than just saying foundational listening. Because it's part of the spiritual care and it's supporting, it's coming alongside. So thank you for that. I'm probably going to steal that little piece. Just tell you up front. But this was a very, very good summary. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Audrey. Like I said, I was just trying to find different words for the same idea, which may not be the most useful thing for everyone, but it was helpful for me to kind of examine this thing from another angle. So that was just a helpful way to think is I want to support and listen, whatever the spirituality. Yeah. Any other thoughts before I move on? Next chapter.
You answered my question.
Okay, good. So then for my other chapter, I chose chapter 10, which was on shame, which in JL it's the chapter title is Inspiring Hope, Confronting Fear, Guilt, and Shame in Spiritual and Pastoral Care. So that is something I see all the time is you do a thing, society deems it wrong for whatever reason. You land yourself in this trapped space where all you get to do pretty much is think about the thing that got you there. And there's really not a lot of goodness and gladness apparent at first glance. So in my particular space, that's kind of a learned skill. And that's a really valuable skill for a chaplain to be able to do. I call it sometimes like mining for treasure or looking for points of light, because when everything seems awful, from the food to the room to the spiders to the anger to the noise to the UV lights that are on 24/7, like it's hard to think about anything besides the awful that landed you here. So this book, again, I kind of took the summary of just key parts that really resonate with me in my job. And the first one there is people often carry fear, guilt, and shame that block healing and hope. They've done a thing and they think there's no way back from it. These feelings can make people feel unworthy, trapped, and afraid to trust. So it creates, in essence, a silo effect. Somebody has done a thing that pulls them away from society, and then they further often pull away from everything just because there's really nowhere else to go. So this idea that hope can speak into that, into kind of this silo, one starts by listening deeply and affirming worth, using spiritual or faith tools like prayer or story or ritual when welcomed. And that's one of the things I mentioned earlier. I teach a class in our one of our higher classification dorms where there's a lot of really complex crimes that when people do them, they're not very safe in the world with other people, with other inmates even. They're just viewed as really awful crimes. To kind of process that. And how do you do that in a space where really no one wants to engage? Like you think about just if you were going to put labels on the group of people you would never want to talk to, never want to put your family members near, never engage, that's these guys. So how do you navigate wholehearted spirituality in the face of that? So we write, we engage through back and forth writing, and then encourage small steps of courage, trust, and grace. So it's really all about small steps in this space. Nobody's going to do a big reveal. That happens so rarely. But what matters is consistency, hospitality, just humanization, really, to pause and remind everyone that a distorted value system isn't necessarily a right or a normal one, to come in and just speak compassion authentically. So an example of that, I would just say is in this particular class, they can be a rowdy crew. It's about 40 people, and they can be really hard on each other. And sometimes people will come into this particular unit detoxing, or they'll have some kind of mental instability that they're still sort of navigating jail can provide medication and support and counseling, but it takes a little while for all that to shake out. So sometimes you get people just all over the map, and very often people who struggle with these things are targets for the rest of the people, because you can all laugh at the one weird guy who does the thing. And so sometimes these people will participate in class and they'll stand up to share, and their words will come out wrong, or they'll be socially just so awkward, or something will happen. And you see this class kind of rise in just sort of an aggressive containment. It's natural there. And so just to be able to speak up to that. There was a time just last week where it was happening, and there was a guy sharing who couldn't put his words together. He was a young Black man with just a lot he was trying to say about his first hard memory, and it didn't come out in a coherent way, but you could see he was trying. He had spent the whole time writing. He wanted to share it, and there was hostility there, and they were pushing him to stop talking. And then I just said, I waited for everyone to stop shouting things, and I said, "Are you finished speaking?" And he said, "Not yet." And I said, "Great, the floor is yours. Keep going." And he kept talking, and the class was silent. They didn't do anything like that. After that, they let him talk. And I've done this before in other cases, and there's turnover in jail, so it's not always the same population. But what you see over time is they push the boundaries, and then you push back, and they see that they can't push past a point that you stand for a thing. And it actually overall increases the tone of the class, the dynamic, in healthier ways, just as a very small thing, one time here, one time there, maybe once a month. But what they see is, okay, this is as far as I can realistically push this, because she'll push back, and then I look like the not great guy. And so it's like that builds the tone of safety over time in a class, which just, it's kind of a counter dynamic, but I give it as an example of just a little thing that adds and adds. And over time, you get most of the class saying, "Oh, that's a really safe class. The chaplain listens to everybody. She likes everybody. It's fine. You can go. You can say what you need to say." And they learn to engage that as well. So I thought about that a lot in terms of different kinds of small steps, small ways to bring hope into a space, not for revolutionary change, but to see an aggregate build up over time. The role of the caregiver in this space: help people face and name what they feel without judgment. The without judgment piece is just so important. Whatever people confess to or speak about, I always try to remind myself that there's a whole legal system at work processing all of that. And there are pretty much zero people at work just trying to meet them face to face where they are and just greet them as a human. So I like to pick the underdog side. Offer acceptance, compassion, presence, not quick fixes. That's from the previous chapter. And guide them gently towards self-forgiveness and new perspective. So there's this idea that if you're going to move from a space that you think there's no coming back from, you have to be able to look at yourself with a measure of grace. And it doesn't ever honestly work perfectly for most of these people. Sometimes if they have some psychological thing, it's not an issue. But by and large, most people in my section who've done a thing that feels like it cannot be forgiven, they can learn to wrestle with the forgiveness of it, even if they still feel the consequence and the impact in themselves. And part of it is learning to just look at that mess, look at that muck, and move with it. Dialogue with it. Caregiver awareness: be mindful of your own fears or guilt so you don't project them. That was in the chapter, and it just jails a space of fear. So you're always just kind of thinking about that. in some way, even when you're not really, it just is there. Stay grounded, humble, and kind. That's like the most important thing. Just you're authentic, humble, and have a kind word. And if you feel like you can't have a kind word, just pull away, because it's the thing that's most missing in this space. And it's really apparent when a chaplain can't do it. Officers lose it all the time, but chaplains are kind of expected to hold the balance. Remember, your calm, hopeful presence can help others believe change is possible. So that's another thing that was really meaningful to me, is sometimes people can't believe in a future for themselves, a way forward for themselves. And if you just believe it, like it's an expected thing, sometimes it almost, I'd say, holds like a place marker, a bookmark for them to get to a place where they can think about a thing differently. So that helps foster hope too. So why does this matter to me? My two favorite quotes, these ones are from the books. Discovering the glimmerings of light available in each person and help clear the clutter that obstructs its luminescence. So I like this quote because we assume there is light in everyone, even where you think it wouldn't be. And the question is just, how do we get at it in a way that maximizes its capacity to shine in this space and in this season? And that is kind of the art of looking for it, recognizing it, naming it, acknowledging it, honoring it, dignifying it. And the other one, see the relationship as a journey rather than a destination. Focus on the good available in the moment. And I think about this sometimes with some of my men who are in for a long road for the rest of their life. And it's like the preciousness sometimes of moments can provide a beautiful counterbalance to circumstances that overall seem overwhelming. And when I'm able to draw attention, join a person in a moment, have them kind of unpack a moment and see it through different eyes, all of these things to sort of blow the moment up into something that has a little more weight than it might otherwise have. Sometimes that calibrates the rest of the story in a way that creates hope, is what I found. So I liked those two quotes of it. This is me sometimes finding the goodness inside a moment and engaging it with our best degree of serenity, graciousness, and confidence is all we can do. And I put the picture in because that's what jail feels like sometimes, is everything is just cracked and broken, and then you get one little green growing goodness, and it's like, oh, there you are. I knew you were in there. So again, your thoughts, anybody have anything they want to share or add?
Thank you for the image. I now see you dancing in that cracked and broken space, so thank you.
And I think the image, those cracks also, for me, speaks so much because it's really encapsulate the space where you are, which is the cracks, the fractured life, the wounded life, the broken lives that are there but still alive, right? But it's cracked in so many ways, fractured so many ways. Yeah, but it's still held together. The cracks are together. It's not disintegrated. It's still together. And what holds it together for each one is very different. Yeah, so it's a very good imagery. Yeah.
And I appreciate the statement. I forget the slide. I think it said illuminations, illuminous or something, but just the statement of assuming that everyone has light. I could appreciate that, and because that's how I feel and how I operate and how I treat people, whether I could see the light or not. Um, the assumption that everyone has light allows you to humanize them, to to see them as God sees them, and to see them as being made in God's image. For me, um, that's what helps me. One of the things in the book, she talked about your um, learning your personal theology, and your personal theology has to be big enough to be able to accept, everyone else's, and at least respect it. So I like that statement of us, the light. Everyone has light.
Thank you, Audrey. Yeah, it was a helpful image for me because if I use a word, for example, like dignity or created image, sometimes that can feel really heady. But this idea that every body is a vessel holding light, and we get in the way of that, but it's trying to shine in its own way, to me, is a helpful way to think about that. So thanks for letting me know that resonated. It was kind of a poetic play on my part, but just I'm glad you connected with it and that you shared with me you connected with it. Thank you. Sometimes you need a lot of light in dark spaces like jail. Like you got to think of all the light things because there's so much that's hard.
Well said. Thank you. Thank you, Kate, and thank you, Alfredo, for getting us started. And we will take our self-care, education, and practice break here. And when we return, we're going to hear from Audrey and Alice. And who will we hear from first?
Did you raise your hand, Alice?
I can go, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm okay.
You're flexible?
Flexible.
Okay, so we'll hear from Alice. I will see you in 30 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, Kate. You gonna do the screen thing? Enjoy. All right, Alice, take it away.
Can everyone see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Like it, I did read the introduction, chapter 1 and 2, but I'm not going to talk about chapter 1 and 2. But it was helpful for me to contextualize the chapters I chose, 25 and 27, within the framework of the goal of the book. And the introduction was very helpful, really helpful, but it raises for me a fundamental question that I would like to pause before even going to my chapter so that we can discuss it. And this introductory chapter is written by Rabbi Stephen Roberts. It gives the purpose of the book, which is to bring together clergy, chaplains, and educators to a unified, professionalized spiritual care, which it explains it wasn't until then. And which is again the new area of chaplaincy moves pastoral care from intuition to intentionality, compassionate instinct to evidence-based. But this is where it triggered my attention, where Roberts defined spiritual care and distinguished it from pastoral care. And by spiritual care is an inclusive umbrella term that helps people explore meaning, purpose, and connection to God, self, and others. And then this is basically the emphasis here is an interfaith type of ministry. And it supports a person's spiritual well-being, whether that involves a particular faith tradition or not. So it becomes an inclusive umbrella for interfaith ministry. Now, for pastoral care, again, I'm paraphrasing. What he's saying is like the care that is offered within a theological religious framework, grounded in the chaplain's own spiritual tradition. And the goal is to bring faith-based resources, scripture, prayer, sacrament, forgiveness, or rituals into the encounter when appropriate. I didn't have enough space there, but I have a presenter note here, and which basically says that distinction is to ensure that chaplain can function both within their interfaith professional settings like hospital and within faith communities without confusion about their role. But still, it says they both belong together and both ensure, but spiritual care ensures inclusivity and accessibility, while pastoral care ensures theological integrity and sacred grounding. Now, this is where I'll have a question. And I think it was so important and helpful for me because it's beginning to help me understand the space I've been navigating, because it's like you can do pastoral care so that you can do this interfaith ministry in these diverse settings like the hospital, but also can do pastoral care within community without confusing roles. And that is where I think it has been a great issue for me. I keep asking that distinction between pastoral care and spiritual care. Why am I not doing chaplaincy? And yeah, I really do think that. Then my question again is, why do we say clinical pastoral education rather than saying a spiritual care education, something like that? So I did some research to see that in the beginning it was really it all emerged from the pastoral ministry, and then now it morphed into more like spiritual care and this interfaith ministry, but that the pastoral care also encapsulate the caregiver's identity, which most of the time they come from different faith traditions, so it also maintains that. But Nona, can you help me clarify your own understanding of it too? Because I think it will help me see clearly what you've been trying to say for a long time. Because when you focus on community, a lot of this is community. So there's that boundary between spiritual care and pastoral care, which he says both of them are essential what the chaplain does. But the roles should not be confused. Will you help me understand better? Because I stopped a lot there and I was doing a lot of spiritual care. And again, that's what triggered me to also look at this whole emphasis on the clinical, which again, the word clinical comes from the Greek, which means bed, clinic, which means bed, which is always alluding to this like hospital setting, or as opposed to the community setting, which is really not the word in that setting is not clinical in the sense of the term itself. So I was grateful that this introduction brings that up and to help me try to clarify those two roles. Will you help me understand better? Is there something I'm really missing in the definitions?
It doesn't sound like you are. I think you've summarized them well. Let me throw it out to the group. Anybody have any particular feedback on how you distinguish the role of pastoral care and spiritual care? And in this setting, as you know, CPE is morphing, it's changing. We think of the work we're doing as chaplains as spiritual care, to have that, as you said, broad umbrella. I agree. The name clinical pastoral education is challenging,
Mhm.
and it may morph one day to change that as well. And clinical is broad, whether it's community, hospital, prison, you know, the clinical piece is broad. So please, anyone else, how are you distinguishing those two? That's a great question, Alice.
You know, Alice, I wrestle with this question actually a lot. I've had some conversations with Donna, and maybe I'm getting closer to understanding it, maybe I'm not. But one of the things that's kind of come out of it for me is that pastoral has a more, I'll call it shepherd tone. Sometimes you steer a thing or you shape a thing distinctly in accordance with your faith tradition.
Right.
Whereas my understanding of chaplaincy is and CPE is more just that emphasis on a ministry of presence. So whether something changes or doesn't change, it doesn't change our engagement necessarily. And I think before I would have thought of the two as really different roles. I'm starting to kind of understand maybe a little bit of this tension that you're talking about, that there are times when one is called for and the other is called for, and it's sort of this maybe a spectrum or a dynamic connection where we're trying to take both areas and apply them in a single context with grace and specificity. I don't know if that's a helpful thing, but that's kind of where I am in my learning right now and understand.
I think it's very helpful because Robert also he didn't, like in chaplaincy, one is he doesn't choose one over against the other. He's actually says that they define the holistic practice of professional chaplaincy. So both of them, the professional chaplaincy, what we are doing, both the roles are very important to it. It's not one above the other. Yeah. Again, let me not tarry there, because that introduction, I think for me, I needed to hear that, and I really need, because I've wrestled with that a lot and begin to even question my identity. Who am I? So that the dynamic tension will always be there, but he's saying the clarifying role and the fact of the interfaith space that which is really true, as is highlighted. The hospital setting, those settings, and your setting, Kate, is more interfaith, right? Then in the communities where you live, you can have interfaith, but it's not often the case, right? Because a lot of people it's like, anyway. But it was very helpful to me. Again, I also like the vision, which is multi-faith and ethical competence, which says chaplain self-diverse population care must be respectful, inclusive, and theologically grounded. Anyway, the core competency that is talking about assessment, intervention, and outcome evaluation, that is what one of the chapters that I think is chapter 27. Now, let me go to the chapter that I chose. The first two chapters were actually very great. I took extensive note, by the way. This is why I came here tired, because I wanted to read the entire book. I didn't get to all of it, but I read a lot of it. So I chose chapter 25, which is complicated grief, arresting and survival grief in pastoral care, which is written by Timothy Green Serban. I'm sorry that I normally PowerPoints is minimal, but I went the other way because I'm doing this for me. I'm keeping the notes. So I'm sorry if it is not minimal as normally would be. So a little bit, again, I like to know authors, a little bit about him, his what is really important for me is, again, the way he writes is because he's also national leader in disaster spiritual care with American Red Cross, and that's why you will see this is his emphasis on grief and the different kinds of grief that is highlighted. The focus of his work is to explore how grief, trauma, and faith intersect in human experience. And the reason I chose this chapter is also because I'm more and more tilting towards work with the elderly and in hospice care and all of that. That is why I wanted to know more about it. And it emphasizes pastoral present resilience and meaning making, teaches that grief is not to be fixed, as we hear this in chaplaincy a lot, but companioned. Is a sacred journey through pain towards gratitude and renewal. That is the whole telos, is to get to the point where you can move from the various kinds of grief, which even chapter 12 highlighted in, like complicated grief, disenfranchised grief, and all of that, being able to move to a place of gratitude and renewal. And for understanding grief is like it's a deep sorrow and disruption of meaning that touches every dimension, spiritual, emotional, and physical. It was very interesting because, again, as we talk a lot in our classes, he wants to see all of this holistic well-being, that the spiritual, the emotional, the physical, and the relational, that are so intersecting, that spiritual care in this space really attends to all of this. And that's why it's very interdisciplinary, that you work with the different people, like the social worker, the therapist, all of that. But that grief really attends to all of this. You cannot attend to one of it and then leave the other, and then it transform. For it to really transform, it must attend that way. And it talks about complicated grief when the natural flow of mourning becomes prolonged, paralyzed, or intertwined with trauma. I'm going to, the main claim is that grief is not a problem to solve. It is a sacred space we accompany, which is really good. I like that very much. Then he gives an example of this story, which is a story of this woman is like 78 years old. She's really, she has cancer. She's really in her terminal stage. And she met Seban and talked told and shared her experience of losing the husband and two sons all in the same day through a plane crash accident. And for many years, she embodied what the aspect of complicated grief. So she was just stagnant in that for so long with the question of why, a question that only echoed her pain. The more she asked it, the emptier she felt. But then came a turning point when healing began, when she shifted from the space of asking why to embrace gratitude. So she says that I'm going to start learning gratitude. That is, I'm going to look at all the good things in the life of my husband and the children. Now she started looking at stories of their lives, which now morphed into gratitude. And that's the whole point of the work, is normalize the grief, but also help towards like morphing that grief again at the care recipient's own pace to a place of now of gratitude. Yeah. Gratitude reframes grief. It transforms the focus from loss to remembrance, from absence to connection. And then another thing which was very important for me, which I really love, I never knew it, but I'm going to use that also, is the Teresa's run those 6 hours of mourning, those stages of mourning where you recognize, accept the reality of the loss, react, feel and express the pain of separation, recollect, remember and re-experience the relationship, relinquish, relieve the old attachment, expectation, readjust, adopt to new world, while keeping the memory, reinvest, that is redirect emotional energy to new life and purpose, which is getting to that place of transforming it to a place of purpose, where you start thinking now about the good things, so the living things that reminds you of the stories that are there. I've never I wasn't aware of this stage of mourning, but I think it's very helpful, very helpful. Healing happens as mourners move from recognizing the loss to reinvesting in life, which is that stage 6, from stage 1 to stage 6, allowing love to take new form. And that this process is very long, and sometimes even you relinquish, you go back to another stage, but that the goal is to go through all those stages. I'm going to skip some of this. Don't know how much time do I still have. I'm not hearing you. Then
I'm sorry, I was on mute. Another 12 minutes.
okay, then talks of arresting grief, that grief that stuns or paralyzes after a sudden traumatic loss. And in context, you have like Katrina, the experience of Katrina, 9/11, those type of grief, which really is a very traumatic one. And then it just paralyzes you, freeze. And you are not able, it overwhelms the person's ability to cope. The mourner feels frozen in time, unable to process or relieve emotions. And the pastoral response in this case, that is suggests they offer grounding, silence, and presence before meaning making begins. And that meaning making might take long time before they're able actually to get but again, the pace, the important thing is normalize that grief as a normal thing. Key takeaway was that arresting grief called for chaplains to become the steady ground amidst chaos, honoring the sacredness of shock without trying to fix or interpret it, which is good. Let's see. Then you have survivor grief, where is grief delayed for the sake of survival, when emotions is set aside to keep functioning. This one for me was what is it? It was a lot of trigger because my nephew, who lost both his parents, and I adopted him, he's here, I brought him here. When the father died, he never cried. The mother died, he never cried. He just internalized that grief because it was his coping mechanism. He could not grieve. The only time he started grieving is when he in his master's program for psych, that he had to stop, pause, and grieve his parents. That was the moment. It took him more than 12 years to actually grieve. So he lived in this delay grief space for more than 12 years. And yeah, so when that part of it was a little bit of what do you say? Yeah, it was a lot of trigger for me. And now he is a therapist. And now he really would talk about helping people in that stage of delayed grief, because he doesn't call it delayed. I don't know if he knows the term. But he's able to help someone in that kind of space where they cannot mourn, they can't cry even. He never even shed tears. This boy was 7 years old. He never shed tears, right? The pastoral focus in the risk is if never revisited, which is the problem. It can resurface later as unresolved and complicated grief. Thank God. The pastoral care for us is focus, restore safety and rhythm. That's rest, food, breathe, create space for delay mourning when the person is ready, until the person is ready. So it's like grief postponed for survivor can become grace restored through rest and presence, which is beautiful. I'm going to move from that. It gave also this metaphor of the river, the unpredictable living in sacred space, and it has a lot of impact for trauma-informed care, which is, again, the key takeaway was healing comes through flow, not force. It's like healing, the healing treasure metaphor also, which talks about hidden memory and love waiting to be rediscovered. Let me move from there. I have again, I did this to keep it for myself, not just for this class. The other one was outcome-oriented chaplaincy, intentional caring, which was also a very good piece. That again, the author for this was Brent Perry. He is board certified chaplain and clinical education educator specializing in outcome-oriented chaplaincy, OOC, and evidence-based pastoral care. Obviously, that would lead him to write. The focus of his work is to define models of chaplaincy that is intentional, accountable, and measurable. So it advocates for spiritual care as a professional discipline that is grounded in both theology and data. So it's evidence-based. There's a theological part of it, but also the evidence-based aspect of it, which he will talk a lot about assessment, as we already talked. And then he defined professional method of chaplaincy that emphasizes achieving, describing, measuring, and improving outcome. It is intentional, accountable, and reflective practice. And the goal is, the core focus, which we do, a lot of it is what we are already doing. The core focus is on assessment, intervention, and outcome. What is the patient's spiritual need? What did the chaplain do? What changed as a result? Which is, again, in our outcome indicator. We have an outcome indicator on this, and he gave a really good stages on how to do that, which is what I want to share. The stages, where are they? Is it this one? Okay, that yeah. This is for documentation also, which is run in on prayer. I don't know if you heard that. It's a model that provides structured way of chaplain to record care and encounter, reason for visit, intervention use, outcome observe, assessment, plan to follow. And this is what we have in our verbatim, but we don't touch on all of this, but we have it. We do this in our verbatim. We call it something else. What is pastoral plan? Anyway, we do that. So it
Right.
was great.
On a pastoral plan.
Right. So it was great to see we are doing this. I was like, great, we are doing real chaplaincy. Anyway, professional chaplaincy and the OOC method. Yeah, and then there was another one that was OOC emphasizes training for both chaplains and interdisciplinary staff, ensuring that others understand the spiritual dimension of care and the measurable impact of chaplaincy. He was emphasizing measurable. That it has to be measurable. Obviously, it's evidence-based. That part of it has to be measurable. Education transformed chaplaincy from supportive visitor into the clinical partner who articulates their role with confidence and clarity. Chaplains are encouraged to evaluate, publish, and refine their work through reflective practice and collaboration. Research strengthens professional credibility and contribute to the broader field of spiritual care. So the goal is to make spiritual care visible, credible, and fully integrated within healthcare system that bridges compassion and accountability and presence. And I think this is very important because it's like we work with other clinicians, so we should be able to measure with them and be credible by what we are also doing that shows evidence-based practice. I think those for the sake of our purposes, and that is what key takeaway. That's the thing I wanted to. The key takeaway for that was defined as a intentional caring, defined as a conscious, deliberate commitment to act in ways that embody compassion. Chaplaincy, both an act and science, that is spiritual care, holds the tension between subjective mystery, that is where they talk about the faith piece. It's like subjective mystery, faith presence, transcendence, and objective accountability, where you have assessment, documentation, measurable outcome. Both are sacred dimension. And the key takeaways is that caring can be measurable without losing its sacredness. Measurement does not diminish spirituality. It actually clarifies its impact. Presence and professionalism coexist. Compassionate and competent. Compassion. Why I can't pronounce that word? And competence are partners, not opposites. So OOC strengthens the chaplain's voice within healthcare system by translating ministry into the language of outcome and value. Outcome-oriented does not mean mechanical. It means faithful, thoughtful, accountable care that honors both God and patients' humanity, which is, I really love that. And all of that is what we struggle to do every week. And so it was great to see that we actually can happily say, yes, we are doing that work.
How did both or one of these chapters impact your self-awareness?
Both impact my self-awareness. Again, that is why the introduction, by the way, began that self-awareness, because it actually help me think through how I do the work I do and in what ways I'm doing it effectively in an interfaith context and in a pastoral care context. So, and it also allows me to be now moving forward, to be very be intentionally self-aware. What is it I am doing, so that I can be able to relate the effectiveness of the modality that I'm using, the roles that I'm using in the work that I'm doing. So it really gives it, I think it has given me language that will help me moving forward to heal this very space that I've been where I see the tension, but I don't know how to navigate it really. And I think this is going to granted me the self-awareness to be able to do that. And even also the this outcome oriented chaplaincy is very important to me because it really is help it will help me to look at how the value-oriented way that I'm doing chaplaincy and the outcome of that, following the processes that is being proposed in here. And then when I do verbatims, it's going to be more helpful because I can apply and really see how I'm doing all of that assessment.
Do you see a difference between spiritual care and pastoral care as a result of your reading? Or just
Yes, I think it's not like I didn't again in my IS I also that was also a beginning place to start seeing. But right now I think that these chapters, especially the introduction, gave me peace to know that both are important and that both really they coalesce into sacred work, right? That because sometimes I feel okay, I mean, in this space, I'm really a pastoral caregiver, and I feel like it feels like is this deficiency in that space. Now, no, it is not. In both are important, and they coalesce to make a holistic um, holistic way of doing chaplaincy. I don't think I will not be guilty anymore to feel like because I'm like I'm very pastoral. So will I never be a chaplain? Or, so it gave me peace, and that's why I tarry a lot on it. I'll stop sharing.
any feedback or questions for Alice? We'll take another minute and then we'll take a short break.
Where is this stop sharing?
Alice, trying to define or figure out the difference between pastoral and spiritual, that's been my question from the very beginning, because I really am just learning this chaplaincy thing. But for me, when I think pastoral, I'm thinking I'm in my church, where I go, where I have relationships with people and we share the same faith. And I'm probably gonna see them again, but in this setting that I'm in right now at the hospital, I don't get, as far as I'm thinking, I don't get to be the pastor because I don't have that kind of time. And so as a chaplain, and this is just what I'm doing in my own head. You're the chaplain. You are here to provide spiritual support, however they need it, and the whole come alongside thing. And for me, the spiritual support, it's not always about theology. It's emotional. It's the listening, which is what I'm really, really, really learning. So that's how I divide. I hear where you're coming from, and I do I can understand, being in that position, and I do agree that they are both spiritual care and pastoral care are both important and both definitely needed, and they can cross. They can cross. For me, I'm trying to establish the difference and learn to operate because I'm learning. Maybe after, when I get to unit 3 or something, have a little better understanding of it. But right now, it's really important for me to distinguish the pastoral hat and the spiritual caregiver hat.
Thank you, Audrey. And I think that is helpful, that I think we sometimes misconstrue, because it's the way it is explained is the pastoral care is really faith-based care that integrates theology and theological reflections. It really does, and then it has its own telos within chaplaincy, and it's very important within chaplaincy, but that the roles should be very clear, right? Spiritual care, you do care for everyone. It is an umbrella where everybody is inclusive in that, but that you do also chaplaincy as pastoral care in faith-based context. So that I always thought, no, you can't do that, but it says no, both of them, that they are very important together, but the roles must be very clear. And the term is really used also because there's theological, you come from a faith base, and you're serving in that faith-based perspective. But it's not like you go there and you're preaching sermons or you are doing prayers. And if that person solicits that, it's legitimately so. You do the rituals. Again, from what this book is highlighting, which is for me very helpful. Yeah, because I've always thought I didn't understand those roles. We inhabit all those roles. You know, when you get to a patient's bed who is a faith-based person, you do the
I
ritual.
see Alfredo was trying to jump in, and we're already over time, but I'm going to give a little more time for Alfredo to jump in.
Oh, okay, yes.
Yes, I want to put some examples, like when the people doesn't believe in God. I use spiritual care for them to take care of them. When they believe in God or have some faith, some religions, I offer them pastoral care. For me, it's just, I see that way,
Can I complicate that a little bit? I love the distinction. They don't believe in God, you offer spiritual care. I want to invite they may believe in God and you offer spiritual care, because you are not equipped to offer pastoral care to a degree because you don't have the relationship with that person to offer pastoral care. You're not able to reinforce their faith tradition, right? That's because I'm complicating it, right? So they may believe in God, but you're still offering spiritual care because you're not coming from their faith tradition. You're coming alongside them.
So it has to be for our own faith tradition that give it to
That's
them
right.
pastoral.
That's
Okay.
that's it.
Yeah, that's more
When you're
clear for
doing
me.
the pastoral care, you're
Okay.
coming out of your faith tradition, and which is Audrey's example of in my church.
It's clear to me that way.
But that's not what the introduction says, though, because spiritual is faith-based. It doesn't mean you come from your tradition. That's not what it says.
Actually, it's on your slide. The pastoral care, you're grounded in the tradition in which you are offering it. It's on your slide.
Right.
Yeah, that's what pastoral care is. So what we're encouraging you to do here, have a pastoral presence in terms of empathy and listening and caring. But the skills we want you to operate in are the spiritual care skills. So you're not drawing on doctrine as one with authority in that tradition to lead that person to follow their doctrine.
So even though we are help them with their own spiritual belief, we are giving to them a spiritual care, not pastoral care, because it's their belief system. We are gathering in their own belief system. We are giving to them a spiritual care, not pastoral care.
That's
clear?
right. Because
All right.
even if they claim, that's right, even if they claim, I am a Baptist and I would like you to baptize me again, I'm going to die in a few days. Pastoral care might have you go into a conversation about an additional baptism and what that might mean and what your tradition, your Baptist, teaches about that. Spiritual care has you go get the water and do the baptism.
When do you do pastoral care?
Often in a context where you have that authority, and that is the authority you're operating out of. As a chaplain, that is not the authority that you have, and actually gets complicated when the chaplain has to offer spiritual care to a member of their own tradition. They actually often
Oh.
find that more difficult because they're like, well, here I'm in my chaplain lane. And they sometimes have to say, I'm coming to you right now as a chaplain, not as your pastor. Not so when do you as a chaplain offer pastoral care? And I think that was your question, as opposed to when do you do pastoral care, which I heard it as you do it all the time if you want. But when do you as a chaplain do pastoral care? Often you will embody some of the skills of pastoral care, but your lane is as a spiritual caregiver. So even when you do pastoral care kinds of things, you're doing it from the perspective of a chaplain, a spiritual care provider, not as a pastor. Does that make sense? How would you say that, Kate? You know how you can repeat and you give it a different, how would you do that? How would you say that? Because you engage in spiritual care.
Yeah, I might just say it this way, that an assumption of pastoral care contains within it an assumption of locatedness that's tied to that faith root, whereas chaplaincy seems to me like it doesn't have that same locatedness, which is often a gift. So it's a little maybe more fluid and mobile, and there's beauty in both, but one is rooted in a deeper relationship and a deeper tradition and a deeper give and take. I might just say, like, by deeper, I mean like you can push them deeper, dig deeper, versus chaplaincy as more of a broad of the same. That's kind of how it's just in my mind now, chaplaincy and pastoral, but they can overlap.
Right.
Can I read the
It's
definition?
the overlap. It's the overlap. That's the part that's kind of tricky for us.
Can I read the
very
definition
helpful.
straight from the book? The definition from the book says spiritual care attends to universal human need for meaning and connection. Pastoral care brings faith and theology into that space. Together, they define the holistic practice of professional chaplaincy. But you guys are removing
So
that.
the separating of them, Alice, is the challenge because we acknowledge that there's overlap. And the key piece in what you just read is the pastoral care brings the theological piece. The spiritual care does not assume that at all.
But it says together they define
Right.
the holistic practice of professional chaplaincy. So together, not one or the other. You guys are making it one or the
Well,
other. But it says
So let me clarify. For the book, they bring them together in terms of the skill set, yes. And in the context of CPE, and we're a little further along in terms of time than the book in terms of when it was written, we're defining the work that we do as spiritual care because we're continuing to develop this discipline, as you remember from the history, and defining who we are as chaplains. So you're absolutely right. Holistic care requires that you bring many things together to form the work of a professional chaplain. And the distinction that we're making here is for the purposes of fine-tuning our spiritual care skills. So there's nothing, we're not contradicting what you read. And what the invitation in this space is to fine-tune your spiritual care skills. And that's where the struggle is, because you use your pastoral care skills as well. Okay,
I know we're over time, but I'll just maybe add an example. I don't know if it's helpful to Alice, but Alice, sometimes I go in a dorm and there's men of all faiths and they know I'm Christian and they'll say, after we have a conversation, chaplain, can you pray for us in the name of Jesus?
Mhm.
And I say, I cannot do that for you here because I want to make sure that my language is inviting to all of the faith traditions that are present, all the men who are listening. So I have to actually turn down something I would normally be very comfortable with in a, call it pastoral role, to basically broaden my lens so that the Satanists and the Muslims and the Buddhists and the agnostics and the atheists sitting at my table aren't excluded by my language. I don't know if that's helpful, but
That's a very helpful example. Let me complicate your example. So the only person in the room is the Christian who asks you to pray in Jesus' name. What is your response?
There's only one person.
There's only one person.
Yes, then I would do it exactly.
And that's where they overlap. Because there's only that one person.
Thank you for that.
And they make that specific request. They request in Jesus' name, not you offer to pray in Jesus.
Right.
There you go. Perfect. Thank you.
And it's not either or, it's both and, because I was hearing as if you guys are pushing the pastoral out of the thing. But that's not what you're doing. If you Alfredo go into a room where there's a Christian that asks him to pray, he does it all the time. He prays.
Right, but he doesn't pray in Jesus' name, for example, unless the Christian asks for that.
Right.
And in a pastoral role where you're rooted in that tradition, you might not ask those questions if the person is in the same tradition you're in. As a chaplain, you never make that assumption. You always think their religion is not my religion, even if we have the same title and name, address, church, and time of worship. Because that's not the role you're playing right then.
When they ask you do that, that's called chaplaincy. It's not also. If they ask you to do that and you do it, that's professional chaplaincy according to the book.
Unless you're in a room that Kate described and you realize I cannot.
Absolutely. That is self-evident.
That violates my role as a spiritual care provider, as a chaplain.
Understood.
Perfect. That's an excellent example.
Yeah. Thank you.
And Audrey's nodding her head like, yes, I finally got it. Audrey, I'm going to ask you to take it away. Thank you so much. Do you want to share your screen? Oh, it's over. Oh, you can.
Yeah. No, so I will not be sharing my screen. I do not have a presentation or a PowerPoint. So this will definitely be discussion. But I am very, very thankful for the book. It was an easy read, large letters. That's a big deal. And just very, it was written in a way just to really help me understand chaplaincy. So I'm so glad that we were able to get this book. The first two chapters, like everybody else said, I really didn't summarize or write anything about them, but it gave me a really good understanding of chaplaincy. And for me, it did the piece with the spiritual and pastoral care, it actually helped me to be able to figure out the two, or to divide the two. So it really, I got a better understanding, Alice, from that. So the chapters I did pick, I chose chapter 6, documentation, chaplain, that's the title, chaplain and documentation. And then chapter 7, which is foundational listening. And so I chose the documentation chapter because I'm really learning this clinical chaplaincy and how the chaplain fits in to the team. And the facility where I was before, the chaplain was not considered part of the interdisciplinary team. We had several different chaplains that covered different faiths. they did not chart. They had access to the chart on an as-needed basis, but otherwise they just did not chart. They were chaplains or pastoral caregivers to the patients who lived there. And it was a secure treatment facility, so it was similar to a jail or a prison, but these people had mental health diagnoses. So going into where I am now at Kaiser, it's a different environment. And so I do chart. I don't do spiritual care assessments yet. According to my preceptor, those will probably be a little easier because they have check boxes and things like that. I am expected to do narrative charting. And so I have to chart my encounters. And so I chose this chapter because I thought it would really give me some new insight to documentation and how to do it and what to say. And, you know, as a chaplain, it must be different. I know documentation as a nurse and how important it is. So what I found after reading this chapter is that the documentation for chaplain is just as important as the documentation for the nurse. The chaplain is, it helped me to understand how important the chaplain seeing him or herself as a part of the team. And their documentation actually reflecting the encounter in a way where another team member can look and read and possibly either put this is the missing puzzle, this is why this, or just get a picture of who the patient is by reading the chaplain's documentation. So I thought that was really a real interesting part of the documentation chapter. Something else that it talked about was the confidentiality. And I know, you know, the confidentiality in a hospital, as far as anything to do with the health medical, the, you know, confidentiality, PHI and all of that. But for the chaplain, it had a part that said, if you are going to, you don't have to share everything, that there are some things that the patient may discuss with you that you're not going to want to write, or you should probably get permission. Is it okay? And that was something new, because as a nurse, we're trained to document, you document, you know, everything. If you don't document it, it didn't happen, you know, kind of thing. But as a chaplain, I can document the encounter, the encounter. I document what the patient said, but if there was something really confidential and personal that they shared with me, I don't have to document that. And if I do feel that it should be part of the record, then I should let the patient know, or get the patient's permission. Is it okay if I share that? So I thought that was really interesting. And it kind of freed me up to be okay with whatever I'm told. To be okay and just know that you know, I don't have to unless it is crucial to that person. I know that there are some things you have to report, you know, because we're mandated reporters. But as far as the documentation is concerned, as the chaplain, I don't have to disclose everything. And if I feel like I need to, then I should talk to the patient about that. So I thought that was very interesting about the documentation. Also, looking at the documentation as a secondary assessment tool. And so when that chapter talked about that, and the secondary assessment tool would mean someone else looking at the chaplain's charting and being able to make an assessment, or whatever it is, the nurse, you know, looking at what I have written and my spiritual encounters as part of an assessment that they're doing. And so I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, so for the most part, with the documentation, it wasn't a lot of new information, but it just helped me to understand, first of all, how important the chaplain is as a part of the interdisciplinary team. And I noticed, at least at the hospital at Kaiser where I am, they have the chaplain listed as a member of the team. And I was surprised to see that. And with that, they look forward to what the chaplain has to offer. This is all so new to me. They really look forward to it, and they see the chaplain in the documentation. And I'm talking about this because now I'm realizing how important my documentation is. And what I say don't have to be a lot, but it should be relevant to the patient. But if the doctor and the nurse can look at the chaplain's documentation and see that there was an encounter where the patient discussed, some of their fears, and now, they have a better understanding of it and they feel better about it. The nurse can now be okay with having that conversation again or revisiting the conversation because she saw from the chaplain's note that there was some discussion and the patient is more comfortable with a particular thing, a new diagnosis or a new treatment. And I actually was able to experience it this past week because everything I focus on for the week, I focus on it for the week. But it was a particular patient who was told she's probably going to have to start dialysis. They tried a procedure for her kidneys and it's just not working. And I just happened to walk in her room and offer her a visit, and she accepted. And that was the first thing she said to me. They're saying I'm probably gonna start dialysis, and I don't know what that means, and I don't even know what. And so she starts telling me the things that she had anxiety about, and I just listened, and I was able to listen and then offer suggestions like, "Have you shared that with the nurse? Did you ask the doctor?" And so I put that in my note. And based on what I put in my note, the nurse asked the nephrologist, somebody from the nephrology department, to come in and talk to the patient. And so the nurse shared it with me. When I went back on the unit to see somebody else, she was like, "Thank you for putting that in your note." She said, "I had no idea," but she shared with me that she was able to get somebody based on my note to go and speak to the patient and help the patient to be a little more comfortable. And I told the patient, I said, "Write down your questions," because she said, "I can't always remember. I have these questions I can't remember." So I suggested that maybe you want to write them down. So when somebody comes in, you'll have it. So that I was able to see how important documentation is and how it does inform the other team members. And that's my piece on documentation. The second thing I chose was chapter 7, which was on foundational listening. And I didn't do it. I chose these two because I know that these are two areas where I'm learning. I'm really learning, and I have my own questions about. What I didn't realize is how closely connected the two are. Because when I started with the foundational listening and reading that, the spiritually supportive listening, and the definition of that, to be able to listen, to be in the present and listen well so that I can document what I've heard. I was thinking they should have did the listening first and then the documentation. Because after I got with the listening, it's like, how could I focus on documenting if I'm not listening well, if I'm not being aware of what distracts me from listening? That was a really good piece for me in chapter 7 with the foundational listening, is just being aware of what distracts me from listening. And for like this week, one of the things I noticed was if there's another patient in the room. Some of the rooms have 2 patients, and if I'm with this patient over here, and then the nurse and the doctor or different people are coming in and doing things with this patient, I have to intentionally keep my focus on and stay present with the patient that I'm talking to. So that was one of the things I started incorporating after reading the foundational listening, was being aware of distractions and identifying those things that I know that distracts me from listening to the patient. And when I see those and feel them, then I can bring myself back. I could, bring myself back into the presence. And then another part of the listening, she talked about, well, reflecting, asking the questions, the reflecting back, which I had been practicing. But then she talks about, but don't be a parrot. So, I had to. You have to know when to bring it back. Yes, reflect, but don't just go into this repeating everything they say. They say something, you say something. Knowing when to either move on or ask a different question or open-ended question. So that was another piece, part of this particular chapter on foundational listening. And then putting the 2 of them together, and with this listening, also oh my God, helping with the verbatim, with writing the verbatim. Not, prior to practicing this and incorporating some of this with what I've learned, I'm distracted. I got thoughts going with what they're saying, and then I'm thinking my own stuff. And when I was doing the verbatim, it was really hard for me to remember, what was said, because I was not in the presence. And so now I'm just listening. And when I'm doing my documentation, it gives me an opportunity to reflect on what I heard. And so I'm writing, based on, the reflection. And so I thought, as far as my verbatim is concerned, I'm going to be able to write, to remember and write actually what the patient said, because I'm strengthening my listening skills. And for me, Alice, to your point, one of the things that they talked about is this strengthening the listening strengthens your pastoral presence. And so I had to think then pastoral presence, and which is, I think Reverend Don said it, it's not necessarily pastoral care, it's a pastoral presence. And so that's what I'm trying to strengthen. And so for the foundational listening, for me, strengthens that presence, the pastoral presence. Yeah, it's the listening itself is a ministry, is how I was, it's a ministry. You just have to be able to stay present and be okay with being silent. With me being silent, they're talking. And that's one thing that I've noticed too, as I'm learning to listen, I'm able to be more empathetic because I've heard really what they've said. And so I can be empathetic to them and respond with I understand, I get that. Yes, you know, and then just let them keep talking. Um, and it works. That one thing I'm finding out is the stuff that I'm learning works. It really works. And I think that's another piece that I'm learning when I differentiate between chaplain, spiritual care and pastoral care, and me being a chaplain is I don't have to um, fix it. I just have to listen. When I'm doing pastoral care in my church, let's just say, um, I'm usually trying to help come up with a solution or a resolution or something to help them. And then I'm also maybe following up, and meeting with them again. Whereas in this setting, I'm not. I'm listening. I'm coming alongside. If I have a suggestion for encouragement, like when um, I said maybe you should write down your questions, kind of thing. I can offer that, but I don't have to. It's just what's needed. And also in listening uh, more, it's the, after they're done, with their talking or whatever, if they ask for prayer, I pray. If they don't, I don't. Um, when I first started, I thought it was my duty to offer prayer because I'm the chaplain, I'm coming in. Now I'm learning that that is not. If they want it, I am happy to pray with them. And usually when they ask, I'll ask what is their faith before I pray. But that's all I have on listening and documentation. It's two separate chapters, but to me, they definitely connected. The my documentation is better because my listening is better. That's
Thank
it.
you. Thank you. Thank you. Any feedback, conversation, thoughts for Audrey? We were all listening.
I have a
Saw
question.
you.
Audrey, one of the things I appreciated about both you and Alice is just taking what often seems to me as kind of soft skills and quantifying them. And in our roles as jail chaplains, we don't document. We just have to give the name, basically the booking number and the location of the person, and we don't write anything else down. So documentation for me is kind of a foreign concept. And one of the things I heard you mention is that your mentor is asking you to do narrative documentation, and then at some point you transition to like a checkbox objective-based documentation. I wonder if you could speak a little bit about just how you're choosing or how something is chosen for you, kind of what documentation stages there are for chaplains who do your job.
Yeah. Well, so he knows, of course, this is my first unit, and I have not had any training in completing a spiritual care assessment. So he didn't want to he said, complicate things for me by throwing me right into doing spiritual care assessments. It takes a little longer. There's some interviewing. I know that there's a technique to it. We did a little bit of it, I think, on the first day in orientation. Uh, we went through it, so I am aware of it. I probably can do it because I've been doing assessments, all my life. But he just didn't feel like he wanted to complicate things for me. He wanted me to be able to get used to just visiting patients. He wants me to get, and I'm really thankful for it, to be able to practice what I'm learning with the listening, you know. But then also get in the habit of documenting because, things have to be documented. I believe because I gave him a sample of documentation when I first came, and he saw that I was able to document because it was just part of my life. He then said, you can document in the chart, So they gave me, access to the electronic health record. But it's called, instead of going under a spiritual care assessment, it's under the spiritual care, and it's called simple narrative charting under spiritual care. And that's where I would document my visit.
Gotcha.
yeah.
So just so I'm clear, your mentor is asking you to do narrative as a learning tool. Your job normally would include some kind of spiritual care assessment in a chart and possibly an add-on narrative section in a chart for like the professional side. Is that kind of?
I believe the chaplain would just really do the spiritual care assessment and all of the documentation would be in that area. However, there is a narrative because the chaplain will also document for spiritual care volunteers. And so there is a separate documentation setting. It's under spiritual care, but it would be for those people who are not employees, who are volunteers, but they may have an interaction with the patient and they report to the chaplain. Or like the priest that comes in and he'll go and he'll do blessings, with the patients who we give him to do it with. He can't document in the chart. So the chaplain would go into that narrative part area and document that the Father Chico was here and, under that patient's record, Father Chico was here, blessing was given on this day and this time. And so I think that's why there's two systems, but the chaplain himself, I think, just does the spiritual care assessment area, and there's a box you check. Could be a full assessment, but most of the patients have to have a full assessment. That's what they would like for every patient to have a spiritual care assessment. So my narrative charting is like an assessment, except it's not on the spiritual care document. I don't know if as an intern, I believe I will eventually do it from that form. I think he says something about he should wait. He usually wait until unit 2 with his interns. He's done this before. He's done this quite a bit. So what he said is he's learned that unit 2, by unit 2, that people are not as intimidated with completing the spiritual care assessment.
Thanks for clarifying that.
Mm-hmm.
And can I add this as a clinical system, because every one of the chaplains has to do the assessment. The spiritual care assessment, the assessment narrative, the intervention narrative, the outcomes narrative, future care narrative. So you have to do the full assessment as a chaplain. Okay, and also as how do you say, you have to do by the priest when they went to the anointing, the 6, or when they went to do the communion. We just give it to the analyst, they check the list, and we put everything in the system because everything has to be documented in the hospital settings, and has to be in a way that anyone who read who has the ability to read the assessment understand the assessment of the patient. So, but most of the hospitals has the same thing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I think it's those other parts, Alfredo, the outcome and it's more to it than just, you know, looking at the surface. I can check these boxes, but it's the other part and the plan, coming up with the plan and all of that, that he's giving me time to learn and get comfortable with it before he's asking me to do that.
That's really helpful, allowing
Yeah.
you to progress into it.
Yeah.
And some understanding is that only a chaplain can do a spiritual care assessment. In some institutions, only a board certified chaplain can do a spiritual care assessment. Because this, and I say when we talk briefly about it, that's our lane. That's what we're able to do. We do the assessment, and it is determining the need. What is the spiritual crisis? What is the intervention you're going to do? Was the intervention effective? And what does the next step need to be? And so you're coming to that, and that's great that he's giving you time.
Just as a question, like what's if you have that board certified chaplain criteria, how many board certified chaplains are you looking at, like in your hospital spaces in general?
All of the chaplains who are employed in most healthcare settings are either board certified eligible or provisionally certified. If they're board certified eligible, then they're given X amount of time to become board certified. So that the goal is you are close to 100% board certified chaplains. And what the board certified does is you completed the units and you've had sufficient practice, and it says you are capable of doing a spiritual care assessment in the formal sense of spiritual care assessment. So it's not going to be a narrative. It's not going to be, I provided Eucharist. It's going to be a full spiritual care assessment. And the expectation for board certification is that you can do that. So that's part of how they qualify it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's super interesting because we have no standard like that in jail, and actually jail has a heavy evangelical legacy.
Yes.
So there's always a bias. So it's just really interesting for me to hear in the medical profession how that's been a bit more, there's awareness around that. I think it's good.
Well, I'll be honest, it's not just the medical profession. Many professions that have an understanding of the function of a chaplain as a spiritual care provider look for a professional chaplain. And so they are looking for those skills. And other places are looking for pastoral care, or they're looking for faith leaders, or they're looking for other things. So it's not just the healthcare profession. And it's critical for lots of reasons related to care of the person. And then it's critical for institutions for legal reasons when charts are acquired for legal purposes. The chaplain is not immune from having to go to court and explain why they wrote what they wrote, even if they wrote it 5 years ago. So if they have a spiritual care assessment, it's there.
Kate, I don't know if it's just jail or prison, but in the secure treatment facility where I worked before, it's the same thing. It's like you said, there was no expectation for any documentation. They didn't even have access. They were not considered part of the interdisciplinary team.
Were they chaplains?
They called them chaplains.
That's the difference. They called them chaplains.
I'm learning now. That's why I had such a different view of what a chaplain was, because I was in that system for 37 years and I worked with chaplains, but they really were like you said, faith based. So like we'd have a Christian chaplain, we had a priest, we had a Muslim, I mean, so they called them whatever they were. And they were on payroll because some of them got paid. But they just were not seen as
Pastoral
part of
care
the team.
providers. They were
Yeah.
Yeah, and another key
I'm
difference.
just making Alice mad. That's the only reason. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say another key difference is we actually are protected through confidence, like a pastor would be protected. So they would not ever call us to account for something that we've written in a court case. It's confidential. So that is a little bit of a different thing too.
That's why they don't let you write anything, Kate. They just
Which
don't want
actually
the
I'm glad
liability.
about, 'cause I protect my people better when I say less.
You say less. Thank you. Thank you. This is very helpful. It's clear how your readings are impacting your self-awareness, Audrey. Thank you. Thank you, all of you. Any closing comments or thoughts, anyone?
I do documentation, but I've never seen it as prescriptive. I just love doing documentation. I do not work in healthcare setting. In the clinical setting, in the clinic sense of the term, but I just generally just do it for myself. And it also helped me like a retrospective also, but I've never felt like it was a requirement.
Yeah, I'm going to look through your outcomes. I want to see which one requires you to begin doing a spiritual care assessment. I think it's the second unit. So you don't have to be in a clinical setting to do a spiritual care assessment. And so
Yeah. I see. Well, I do have an outcome indicator for that for
for
this.
spiritual care assessment. So
Right.
this is a good
I
time.
don't know if it's a full blown. I don't know. You will tell
It's
me.
a full blown. It's a
Oh,
full,
it is.
yeah.
Okay,
So
then
this is a good time to research. You can do it in IS, or you can ask for a didactic for it and research spiritual care assessment models and begin to figure out what model works for you.
Oh, good. Good.
Yeah, you're right
Good
on
that I
time
read-
to do
Good
that.
that I read the chapter on the assessment and on this.
I'm glad you liked that assessment.
Yeah, good. So yeah, I didn't know,
So
but I was
I want to just clarify what you read was a creative way to remember how to chart,
right,
not a spiritual care assessment. Okay.
right.
All right. Woo. We need a full 15 minutes. Come back at the top of the hour. So my time is 9 o'clock.
So great. Thank you for that.
Thank
15
you.
minutes. It's not 15 minutes, 13 minutes to be
Thank
precise.
you. 13 minutes. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Thank you all. We're in the home stretch. You received the PowerPoint as a PDF for this didactic on Erik Erikson's psychosocial stages of development. And so I'm going to move pretty quickly through parts of it. I realize that, well, my intent is that when you use these stages of development for your reflection on the film, that's when you'll have an opportunity to sort of plunge in more to the stages. So there's plenty of information here for that assignment. And tonight we're just gonna sort of be on the surface. However, I am going to ask you, if you are desire to do so, or if you're able, to share how you might connect with some of the stages. And so just by way of background, Erik Erikson was a developmental psychologist and a psychoanalyst, and he built upon Sigmund Freud's theories by emphasizing social and emotional development across the lifespan of a person. And you could say when Freud sort of looked at a person, he looked at their childhood and he tried to give a diagnosis. Erikson would look at a person and say, I want to look at their social and emotional development across their lifespan. So what Erikson offers us is this called a psychosocial model. Now, what do we mean by what does Erikson mean by psychosocial model? I didn't ask, but I'm assuming you can see the screen, right? Can everybody see the screen? Okay. Is it big enough for you, Audrey?
It's pretty small.
Okay.
Did you see me? But I'm okay
How
because
is
I printed it out, so I'm able to follow along with
Okay,
you.
how is that now?
That's better.
Okay, so the emphasis for Erikson, thank you, Kate, is the psychosocial piece, the psychosocial. So what does Erikson mean by psychosocial? Psychosocial for Erikson refers to the dynamic interaction between the psychological aspects of a person and the social environment in which they are in, which really makes sense, right? Psychosocial. So the psycho is that inner world, how we think, how we feel, how we make meaning, what we sometimes call is your orienting system. That's that part of your orienting system comes out of your inner world. And then the social component is the external stuff, how you relate to others, how you're shaped by others. It's cultural things, how you establish belonging. So what Erikson said is, hey, let's take the psychosocial. We want to look at a person's thoughts, their emotions, their identity, and their environment, and determine what stages people are in, largely based on the chronological order. Whereas Freud would always go and say, whatever's going on with you right now, it has something to do with your childhood. Erikson says, no, let's look over a chronological span of a person's life and figure out various identities that should have formed at various stages. And if identity didn't form at a particular stage, it's because there was some conflict during the time when that particular value, I think is what, virtue. That particular virtue was supposed to be developed. There was some sort of conflict. That's what we want to look at. So when we look at the chart, I'm going to talk us through it, at least one or two of them, so we can really get a sense of what Erikson is proposing. So there's 8 stages. Each one is marked by some central conflict. Some readings, they call it central tension. And the person has to navigate that tension in order to foster their psychological growth and their spiritual resiliency. And if they don't navigate that conflict, then there's a virtue for that stage that they don't acquire, a core virtue. Okay. So for Erickson, the stages do build upon one another. It's in chronological order. However, Erickson is also real clear. We can revisit a stage if we didn't develop the particular virtue at a stage at a later time, work through that and develop that virtue. So it goes across your lifespan. So Freud, I'm always going to look to the childhood to determine what the spiritual crisis might be, to determine what the need might be. Freud says, no, let's look over the lifespan. So there's the 8 stages: trust versus mistrust, autonomy versus shame and doubt, initiative versus guilt, industry versus inferiority, identity versus role confusion, intimacy versus isolation, generativity versus stagnation, and integrity versus despair. Those are the 8 stages that Erickson looked at. And they get correlated with a particular age range. So the trust versus mistrust occurs between birth and 18 months. That's when someone goes through that stage of life, and the virtue that they acquire is hope. Autonomy versus shame between ages 1 through 3. Initiative versus guilt, 3 through 6. So he's looking at a chronological order. So when you look at that chart, it might be helpful to sort of focus on the conflict and the virtue. So let's take the first one, trust versus mistrust. So for Erickson, between birth and 18 months, a person is developing they're dealing with the tension between trust and mistrust. Can I trust my caregivers to give me care, or can I not trust my caregivers to give me care? If my caregivers give me care, it builds my trust. If my caregivers don't give me care, it builds my mistrust. So for the baby who cries out and the caregiver comes, do you need to be fed? Baby cries out, the caregiver comes, you need your diaper changed, baby cries out, caregiver comes, you're bored, you're sleepy, whatever it is. What it's developing in that birth to 18 months old is the answer to the conflict. Can I trust the world? Reliable caregiving, responding to one's needs, builds trust. And their answer is yes, I can trust the world. I gain the virtue of hope. If the caregiver doesn't come, it's not regular, they can't count on it, they cry out and there's no response, then what is developed is mistrust. And the virtue of hope is not gained. Yes, there are gradations. Maybe they have some hope, but they don't have the fullest capacity of hope. Okay, let's try another one. Let's try autonomy versus shame. So from 1 to 3 years old, this is where this primary conflict is unfolding, where you're dealing with autonomy versus shame, or autonomy versus doubt. The conflict is, can I do things myself? That sort of inner strength to assert oneself. Can I make choices? Can I make choices amid uncertainty? Well, if between ages 1 through 3, according to Erickson, what is fostered by the caregivers is independence and affirmation in your choices, then you do develop autonomy. Yes, I have inner strength. I can assert myself. I can make choices, even amid crisis. If between years 1 to 3, the caregivers are overcritical in your actions and don't affirm your behavior and your choice, not your behavior, but don't affirm your choices, they're overcritical, what you develop is a sense of shame. So for the conflict, can I do things myself? Your answer becomes no. I don't have the will because I didn't develop autonomy. Instead, I developed doubt. I developed shame. Any questions?
Can you look at a virtue, say, that feels solid and say, wow, I really have will. Therefore, I can calculate backwards that this season of my life was solid?
No, you can't, because Erickson says, hey, you may have developed it during that age range, but you may not have. But it may have been revisited by a great chaplain who enabled you to develop that virtue later. Great question. So we could go through each one and you see the virtue, the conflict, and what your focus might be. So what's the connection for us as chaplains? It connects very well with our spiritual care assessments, because for chaplains, these psychosocial tensions often surface in moments of distress. And that's when you might encounter someone and be providing spiritual care for them. It could be transition, it could be unexpected confinement, it could be health, it could be death, they could be dealing with grief, all sorts of things, trauma. So whether someone is grieving, facing illness, questioning identity, or seeking purpose, they're often wrestling with what Erickson calls a developmental conflict or a developmental crisis. What they're really trying to reconcile is who they are internally with how they are received or not received externally. So that's the conflict that really comes up in a moment of stress. So the ability to recognize, hey, that's really what this person is struggling with, is very helpful for the chaplain, because it directs how they listen. It directs how they provide support. For Erickson, each one of those 8 stages is sort of a window into the person's inner development. So as you're supporting someone and you can figure out what they're wrestling with, sort of the story beneath their story, you're getting a glimpse into their inner place of development, what's happening internally. Conflicts, again, as I said, they're not linear or fixed. You can move all about and they can be revisited later, and you can acquire the virtue later. For chaplains, these stages just provide a framework for listening, because I know how to listen when I can tease out what's going on with you. What is this person longing for? What virtue feels out of reach? What story are they trying to rewrite? And I can listen for that as a chaplain. It will help me determine their need and my spiritual intervention, which again is ultimately a part of your assessment. So the model that Erickson gives us can help chaplains recognize spiritual or emotional distress. So when we ask that question, what does the person need? We're moving to the level of spiritual assessment. We're saying, what is their spiritual distress, or what is their emotional distress? And Erickson can help you identify that. Okay. So again, I gave you a second chart because I wanted you to have some focus prompts. So here's the second chart. Where's the second chart? Excuse me for moving. Here's the other chart. So again, using that first one, I'm listening and I may hear the person say, and I'm looking at the guiding question is triggering me. The person may say, I can't trust anybody to do what they say they're going to do. So as a chaplain, I'm listening for that. And I may pick up, okay, they don't have trust. How do I offer consistent presence that will build their trust? Because what they're missing is trust, which really translates as the virtue of hope. Sometimes we think, how do I give them hope? But if we listen more closely, it might really be that what they lack is trust. Okay? Same thing with will, with all of the virtues. So the guiding question that they may be wrestling with cues you in terms of your chaplain reflection. How am I going to support them around whatever their particular conflict might be? And so again, it's 8 of them. You're not going to memorize it. That's why the film is convenient. It's right there in front of you, and you can have the stages in front of you as well. Okay, so in your handout, I give a more detailed sort of explanation of each of the stages. And I invite you to read that on your own but we're going to work on it a little bit tonight. And we'll work on the ones that you identify you feel comfortable talking about. So, but I want you to know you have it. So again, the chaplain cue, for the first one, I always expect people to let me down. So now I'm listening. They feel like people always let them down. Sounds like they may not have trust. I'm going to hold it loosely, and I'm going to think about my intervention with an adult who has difficulty with trust or relying on people, and all the things that how that might show up. This is going to, I hope, make more sense as we practice it with one another. So I'm going to go through 5 things on how a chaplain can quickly use Erikson's stages of development. Again, it could be a clue, not a determinant, because we don't diagnose, but it could be a clue. So I may begin by considering the person's chronological age. So when you look at the chart, you look at their chronological age, that might give me some clues. So I may start right there. And I may notice that they are in one of these Erikson stages. They're in midlife. Are they navigating generativity and stagnation? Okay, but again, I hold it lightly because you can always revisit stages. I hold it lightly out of trauma-informed care because I know trauma can impact someone's demonstration of a particular virtue. I hold it lightly because liberation thought reminds me that marginalization often disrupts or delays people's development and moving through processes. So I'm holding it lightly, but I could just look up their age and say, this might be where they are. Then I listen for themes, and I might hear themes of trust. I might hear themes of shame. I might hear themes of guilt. I look for those themes, and then I could that way plunge into Erikson's stages and say, I heard a whole lot about their struggle with their identity. In Erikson, that's stage 5, identity versus role confusion. I'm wondering if they have the virtue of fidelity and or not. They may be just struggling with who they are. And so I can listen for that, and I can come alongside them as a chaplain, having determined that's where they are. So I listen for themes. So 1, just what's their age? Let me see where they are in the Erikson stages. 2, I'm going to listen for themes that might direct me, because you could be dealing with trust versus mistrust at 40, right? So I'm listening for that theme. The third way, I'm sort of what's called mapping spiritual distress to developmental tasks. So instead of diagnosing, I might ask, what developmental task is spiritually unfinished here? For example, a person who feels invisible really may be yearning for initiative or industry. And that way I can just sort of map my way back and go, oh, well, for Erikson, when someone says they're feeling invisible, that's stage 3. What they're really struggling with is the virtue of purpose. The conflict is, how can they define their purpose at this stage of their life, whatever it might be? And so then I might want to explore, again, that's why I gave you that second chart, explore how can I help them build initiative or industry, if that's appropriate. So you might just look at the age, you might listen for themes, then you might just try to trace based on what they say, what might be missing, the missing development. The fourth way is just as a reflective prompt, which is probably the easiest way. Well, no, age is probably the easiest way, where I just might say, I don't know where this person is. And I'm standing there at the foot of the bed like Audrey, thinking, I don't know what to say. So maybe let me see if Erikson can help me. What helps you feel safe or connected to others? Nothing. Ding, ding, ding. There's some mistrust going on here. Or they rattle off 3, 4, 5, 6 things. They've got trust. What helps you feel confident in your choices? I never make good choices. Ding, ding, ding. This is autonomy and shame. They're struggling with will and making their choices. Where do you feel called to contribute or create in society? Nowhere. Uh-oh. Ding, ding, ding. This is stage 7. This is what they're wrestling with. So I could use it that way too. Just ask some prompts that are strategically connected to particular stages And that might help me. Again, this is when I'm trying to do that assessment and I'm trying to figure things out. Whether it's the formal assessment or the more informal, I only have a little bit of time assessment. I'm trying to get at what's happening here. All right. So again, we don't diagnose, but if I discover they have no trust, then I want to begin to explore how can I help them? What's my response? What's my intervention for someone who doesn't have any trust? Okay.
Donna, may I ask a question?
Please. Please.
So, sorry, I'm listening to you talk, and one of the questions in my mind was, what if somebody feels like they have all the things? And in the scenario I just heard you say, you kind of just start asking prompting questions. Are you saying that's a good way for when you're just looking at a big muddle to maybe pick a virtue and ask a question and see where that goes, and then maybe move to the next one to kind of
Very
feel it
good.
out?
When you have a big muddle or when you have no clue. You're like,
Yeah,
I don't
all
know
the
what your
things.
need is. And you could start asking those specific questions if you wanted to use Erickson to see, hey, can I fit them in here? Is it here? Is it here? Okay, so either way, great question, Kate. And then the last thing, I just always caution us with our trauma-informed awareness and what I call my womanist perspective, I just label it liberation here. We recognize that systemic oppression can interrupt developmental progress. So just keep that in mind. And the example is a Black woman denied autonomy in youth may still be reclaiming initiative in midlife. So one would not be shocked if a Black woman was struggling with autonomy in her midlife. And you might be particularly aware of that when you think about systemic oppression. Same thing, another example, a queer elder rejected by family. They may be wrestling with intimacy versus isolation, even though intimacy versus isolation is something that teenagers often begin to develop all the way up into your 40s. They may be wrestling with that because their family may have rejected them. And so they have these intimacy and isolation issues. So we just keep in mind there's fluidity and there's Erickson understood there was social impact. What I'm adding is that Erickson didn't have the lens of systemic oppression and didn't have the lens of trauma-informed care and how those things add to whether or not someone progresses through a developmental stage. In other words, Erickson says, hey, it's how the caregivers respond to you. I'm saying, hey, it's also how you navigated through trauma and the traumas you may experience. It's also systemic oppression and how that impacts you. Is that clear? All right. So again, we're going to now try some prompts. And what I'm asking you to do is as I lift the prompt, I'm presenting the prompt to you, and you have all of them, from the perspective of you reflecting. And if you hear one of the stages and you go, oh, I have some awareness about that in my life, I want to invite you to briefly share the awareness you have about it in your life. So for example, the virtue is hope. The conflict is that navigating between trust and mistrust. Here's the reflective prompt. When, and it's I, so I'm saying you, when have you felt truly safe, truly seen, or truly heard? How do you respond to care? Do you lean into care, or do you brace against it? Where do you struggle to feel heard or supported? And if you're able to go, oh, yeah, I can connect with that. Tell me, I have some insight here. Interrupt me, and we'd like you to share. And what this stage does in terms of your self-awareness is it's inviting you to examine your foundational sense of safety and trust. And you may already be aware, yeah, my safety and trust is a little off. examine how you're feeling spiritually anchored, because that allows you to then offer presence and reliability to others. Even if you're aware, hey, in terms of hope, I have not maxed out the virtue of hope, right? In terms of trust, I'm still dealing with the conflict of having a lot of mistrust for people. Even that awareness allows you to bring a greater presence to others. Okay, so that was the first one. Did anyone resonate with the first one where immediately you think, I can remember a situation in my life, and it doesn't have to fit the chronological age range, but it could. Let's try another one. Again, you're doing your self-reflection. Hear the prompt. Where are you reclaiming your voice? Where are you reclaiming your agency? Where do you feel hesitant to claim your voice? Where do you feel self-critical? And what you're really exploring is, what's the status of your autonomy? Where do you feel empowered? Where do you feel silenced? And that impacts how you're able to affirm dignity and worth in others. Does anyone resonate with? Okay, so Alice, do you feel comfortable sharing with us?
Yeah, I think when I started teaching at APU, I didn't claim my autonomy. It's as a minoritized person within this 90% white institution, my racialized body was for me a thing of like a shame, because that's what I was seen. I mean, I enter a room, is my racialized body being seen, until then they say, oh, you did this, you did this, you did this. Then that time my self-worth comes. But that's not the first thing they saw. So there's that at some point that body was something of a problem to me. But as I grow older, I start claiming my autonomy. I think I claim it a lot now. And because I feel empowered enough and I'm old enough that I celebrate my racialized body. And I've enforced Martin Luther's word, judge me by the content of my character and not the color of my skin. And I have the Maya Angelou thing on the even you know Maya Angelou's
Yes.
you might erase me. I've forgotten it's on my door. So I claim my autonomy in silence, but I also claim my autonomy where I need to. So, but there's still that internalized um that internalized type of shame that leads me to some kind of perfectionist. It's like I need to prove myself, even though I'm moving away from that. I've really moved away from that. And I don't need to even do that. But the space itself forces you to become a perfectionist because it's not obvious. Anyway, that is.
Excellent. So does anybody have a question or a response to Alice? Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, I do actually. So a word like perfectionist, I'm just trying to plug in because to me it seems like perfectionist could come from multiple spaces in here. So I'm curious,
Okay,
like
let me roll
Alice-
you. Let me roll you back.
Okay.
Roll you back just a little bit.
Okay.
So, what theme did you hear in what Alice said?
So she's talking about the autonomy versus shame and doubt and the racialized body, and how there's this stage early in life that as she goes into an academic space, her body is in essence crushed by a narrative that has her tapping into this previous stage.
Okay, Audrey,
That's
what theme did you hear Alice talk about? Thank you, Kate.
I thought I heard the theme of, first of all, being in an environment where the majority of the people are not like you, as far as you're working, and then the idea or the knowing. I'm trying to think how to say it. Being judged by who you are as a race.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And then her idea, I guess, of what she feels that they feel
Okay. Thank you.
about and being in that environment.
Alfredo, thank you, Audrey. Alfredo, what theme did you hear Alice talk about? You're on mute.
Let me see if I can articulate my thoughts in English. But generally, for me, seems like she's taking those kind of things personality, like I is against her. Try to define what the other people think about her.
Okay. Thank you. So this is harder than it seems.
So hard.
And it's all
Yeah.
about listening. I did not assert my authority. That's the first thing I heard and registered. So I had shame. So I registered. So I'm listening now towards the lack of asserting of authority and shame. All that other stuff were examples of how it showed up. And even her explanation, her story of why. I don't mean false, I mean her narrative of why. But I heard the theme of not exerting her authority early in her profession as a professor. And that came with shame. So as the chaplain, I'm going to say, I heard that you didn't exert your authority and that you had some shame around that. Do you want to explore that a little more? And then Alice is going to begin to talk about that. Alice, did I hear a theme that resonated with what you were describing?
Yeah, actually, because it's the theme of the autonomy and shame. That is what it was capturing. In what situation where I felt I didn't use my autonomy
Right.
which not using my autonomy led to shame, and how I do to assert it and also move away from that shame mentality due to my racialized body.
And so then I would say to her, so it sounds like you've done that, or are you still working on it? And then we would just keep talking, because what I'm doing is just inviting her to revisit that conflict as she's worked through that conflict. That within itself is healing. Just to revisit. By conflict, I don't mean the racialized bodies conflict. I'm not re-traumatizing her. I mean, as Erickson talks about conflict. Okay. So what do I do when I hear the word perfectionist? Kate, what happens when you hear the word perfectionist?
Yeah, that's kind of, I think, where I lost it, because autonomy, shame, and doubt. When I was looking at the virtues here, I heard like a competence flavor in there too. And I was thinking, okay, how do we jump stages and connect it with a word like perfectionist, or do we just try to fit perfectionist into will?
You don't try to fit, but you look for themes. You look for some repetition. But it would have been fine to explore the perfectionist, and you could explore it around, wow, I heard some issues around perfectionism. Can you say more about that? And then she would go on and talk about that. So you look for themes, repetition, or some complementary is helpful, because then you stay there. But it's okay, whatever you heard, to follow it up. So with Alfredo, She could follow up, wow, with curiosity. It seems like you're very concerned about what they think about you. And then Alice would respond to that, right? And we can imagine from what she said, she would say, it wasn't me, it was my racialized body. No, she wouldn't come back like that, but she would explain herself. And then Alfredo could follow that. Audrey was picking out the body piece, and that was kind of what was drawing her. And she would ask that and she would follow that. And so you might work backwards later when you're writing the verbatim, when you're doing the chart note, when you're thinking about your next visit with that person, how to prepare for it. Let me look back and see if Erickson's stages will help me. But don't imagine you have them memorized, right? So you might just go back and read back into it. Okay, so that's how it can help you as a chaplain. So there was nothing wrong with the theme you heard. Every answer was fine. It was something you heard, and it was what you'd follow up. If you listen for themes that cluster together, which is what I did, you are likely to land right where they are.
Okay. I think
Every response is good.
for me, the part it felt a little bit like my inexperience is you're like, okay, I'm tracking with you here. Oh, squirrel over here. Oh, squirrel over here. Like you're like, I hear a different thing. And so there's what you're saying, you can follow the path and there's a lot of different paths, but also you don't want to be jumping from path to path. So I think as I listen, I'm kind of trying to assess in the unfolding of a thing. Do you kind of hold them back where they were 5 sentences ago, or do you flow to the next thing?
That's a great question. What do you do?
I don't know.
You come alongside them. And so if they are jumping, then at some point you're going to notice, oh, we are all over the place. Okay. How do I just come alongside you? And you go, ain't no theme coming up here tonight. This is where this is going. You just come alongside them. And then that might be a whole different cognitive issue that's unfolding, right? That might be something, a chemical imbalance. It could be all kinds of other things. But if you're listening and you catch themes, then you want to catch them and do just as you did, identify it, and then figure out how to offer it as an open-ended question, inviting more reflection.
Mhm.
And again, you don't have to have the stages in front of you when you, hold on a second, let me see what stage you are. You don't have to do that. But one of the ways you can use it, you know you're going to go see someone who is 8 years old, 12 years old, and you go, you know, often in that stage, what's being dealt with is industry versus inferiority. And again, in your handout, I give you some more details. So you could keep that in mind when you go in to visit or be with that person. This might be where they are, but hold it loosely because it might not be at all. So you could use it chronologically, you could use it thematically. The key is when you use it, it directs you to explore what might be a missing virtue that you can help them develop. And my theory is, I don't think they're ever 100% missing. I tend to think that it's just underdeveloped for their current circumstances. So I don't think anybody is just totally missing it. It's underdeveloped for their current circumstances. How do I plunge into what they have and ask questions as a coach for them to find more or build on what they have? And a lot of times I just want you to celebrate what you have. And that's the healing part right there. And then maybe I don't get another visit. You just got to name it, and that is healing. Okay, so that's Erickson's stage. Go ahead.
Doesn't contextual variables also matter? Because the way we hear also depends on where we stand, right? Like, because if you're listening to the themes, you will hear the theme of shame, don't fitting in. Then you will hear the theme of a perfectionist as overcompensation. I'm compensating for what they see me not having by doing more so that they can see me, right? So that the theme of shame will lead you there. But
Yeah.
it is not part of your own orienting or conceptual framework. then
Right.
you will not connect it and you will see it as gap and jumping. But for the person, it's not.
It
Right?
may,
So
it may be,
yeah.
that's right. It may be jumping and it may not. You're absolutely right. And that's the purpose of looking at the stages and reflecting on yourself.
Mhm.
Because if you have less of the virtue of trust than is helpful for your circumstances as a chaplain, it shows up in your ability to be present for someone for whom that is necessary. So that's why those reflective prompts are critical. Spend time asking yourself that question. Excellent. Yes. Great point, Alice. Any other comments?
I have a question though for the Erickson stages that you might help me understand. I feel there's a disconnect there because it's the psychosocial does not include the neurological, which a lot of it is connected to the neurological. So it looks like it's really missing because it's just it's the emotional, the psychological, but it's missing that piece. So does it really address the problem when the neurological is, we know a lot of it in mental health, the way your brain works is how your body works, your emotion works. So how do we do that? How in such a way that is helpful or integrative?
How do we do the neurological assessment?
That is, how do we use the Erickson model in an integrative way that is not excluding an important aspect of that person, which is the neurological, that is very integrative to the psychosocial? How do we do that so that we are doing integrative care?
How would it not show up in your reflection? Let's say you identify they're really still struggling with trust and mistrust. How would the neurological component of it not impact, not, let's turn it the other way. How do you think the neurological component might impact that?
No, because to me, just by the definition of the term, we know that it's excluded. So any kind of assessment is dealing with the psychosocial, and the neurological is absent. And it might be included, but it is not explicit. The model itself does not explicitly address that. So it is, for me, that looks like a gap.
Thank you. I can appreciate that. The model is not exhaustive of all the human dynamics, but it does focus particularly on the psychosocial. The chaplain is going to bring more dynamics to
Okay,
their assessment.
okay, that is it. Yeah. Mhm. How do we do that though?
How do you do the
I
neurological?
said, how would the chaplain? I'm just asking for ways.
So one theory might be what you see. You might observe that as the person is talking, they're hyperventilating. And then you would realize, uh-oh,
Mhm.
this is something going on in the body. Now, what am I going to do? Am I going to bring attention to it and see if we can redirect it? Am I going to ignore it? You make choices. So you would observe something that would clue you, hey, I need to bring in my skills around this neurological component. And you say, well, I don't have those skills. That's what Audrey's saying right now. I don't have those skills. And you won't go down that road. And it'll be all right. Because you may even assess, I think there's a need for something here. And you might call on your interdisciplinary team. Hey, I don't have the skills to afford to explore this further, but it feels like to me, blah, 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 blah. And you describe it. Does that make sense? Great question, Alice.
Would trauma-informed care help in that? Because trauma-informed care by default is very integrative. So as chaplain, since we do trauma-informed care, do you think that is where we bring the balance?
I don't think you bring an exhaustive balance, I think you might bring, because of trauma-informed care, a greater awareness and how to make a referral,
Okay.
because you're not going to go down the lane of a neurologist or a
Absolutely.
psychiatrist.
I'm
You're
not-
going to bring the awareness and make the referral. And trauma-informed care will help you do that. Make sense? So you get to play with Erickson's stages when you look at the movie and get a feel for whether or not this could even be something you'd be interested in. If there are no other questions, we can take a break right here.
When is the movie, please?
Not
Yes.
November, in November. You
Okay.
have 2 consecutive weeks in November. I bet Audrey could call the dates out, 'cause she knows.
I'm sorry that I don't know. I don't.
That's
I
okay.
don't-
12th,
It's
November
August,
12th.
November 12th and November 19th. There's no virtual class session. And this is what you'll be working on. There's also no weekly reflection. This is what you're going to be working on. So you'll get to play with the big 5. You get to play with Erickson and see if it fits. And you might decide, these don't work, throw them both out. No, Kate, you can't decide right now, throw them both out. You got to wait.
There's no
I said,
weekly
throw them both out.
reflection.
You went, yeah, throw them both, throw them out.
Did you say there's no weekly reflection those weeks?
I give you the option in the description of the assignment. And I encourage you
Oh,
that the work you're doing on the film is sufficient.
okay.
Amen.
Double amen.
Amen.
So it says weekly reflection on film assignment number 1, just submitted by the end of the week, because that whole reflection you have to do on the film is sufficient. But if you have some other critical incident you want to reflect on, you may do that. You
No.
see? So that the work, because it's a lot of reflection when you look at the way it's laid out in your syllabus. Makes
Are we
sense?
going to have questions
Good
ahead of
question.
time?
Are we going to have what?
Are you going to give, you remember that you usually will give us questions for the film. Are you doing that this time?
Yeah, I already did it.
Oh,
Should be in your handout. It's not in your syllabus?
It's in the syllabus.
Oh,
you-
okay.
The
like,
subset
Did I
syllabus.
forget it? Did I forget to attach it to yours?
I do.
Alice, it's in the
one thing-
one from Donna, not the one from
Yeah,
Joe.
come on, Alice, don't ask for more, please.
No, I'm not asking for more.
What did you say? More?
I've
So
read
yeah,
the-
it's in my syllabus.
Everybody just stop talking.
My life is one day at a time, so I've not looked at. Thank you. Thank you for telling me that the one from Donna, not the one from Joseph.
Right. I
Thank
think it's in there, right? Am I mistaken? I
Yeah,
don't.
it's page 5.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
And it just lays out the film reflection guide. And it tells
Yeah.
you all the questions, tells you here, use Erickson stages here, on and on.
I do
Page 4
one
and
at
5.
a time. That's why
Thank
I've not gone there.
It is, you look ahead far enough. We have no judgment here. I can identify an Ericksonian stage for you, but that would be unprofessional. Any other questions? The questions. All right, would you do me a favor, please, and take a 5-minute break?
I'm going to check my stage.
You should. I always want to sing that song when we get back, which tells you all about my age. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. That tells you my age, that old television show.
Welcome back, Carter.
Yeah. You
Tells
see,
you my age.
that's right, because you knew the name of it. So I feel better already. Thank you. All right. So again, I apologize a little bit for rushing through that didactic, but my intent was just to introduce it. You'll practice it with the movie. And I want to offer this suggestion. As you continue to explore doing different things on your self-care sessions, I would offer you to take one of the prompts and let that be guiding the time you spend, whatever amount of time that you spend doing some sort of self-care, and ask yourself those questions and just have space to kind of sit with it. Any one of them, I wouldn't say do more than one, and just see what comes up for you. So I encourage you to consider Erickson's in that way. And next week, you have mid-unit evaluations. We are more than halfway. All right.
What does that mean?
Hallelujah. So in your handbook, you'll go to the section in your handbook that says mid-unit evaluations. You'll pull up that outline and you will complete that document. Everyone here has done a mid-unit evaluation. Do you have any wisdom for Audrey on how to complete the mid-unit evaluation?
Use your weekly reflection papers and outcome indicators. Those are fundamental tools that will help you do that.
Audrey, there's one part on there where you have to say something nice and something constructive about your classmates, which in my first unit felt like agony, right? Because we love our classmates, but it's actually really gracious and lovely when it happens. So just be yourself and don't worry too much about it.
And it's not just your classmate, it includes your educator as well. Alfredo,
for
I
the
know
heads
you
up.
have some wisdom. Alfredo, is yours done already?
Yes, I just have to describe one each of you, which is the hardest thing for me. But I'm gonna do my best. But yeah, I almost done with everything. I think I am in the end of describe each of you and the team. Because
And Audrey, that's what Unit 4 looks like. But I guarantee you, Kate and Alice are not almost done.
I have not started.
Hey, I'm a hot mess right now. when it comes to
You're all over
midterm.
the place.
I will not start till like next week. Don't worry about me. So
One of the things that's not in the handbook in the list of questions that you're going to answer under mid-unit evaluation is to also make a list of your self-care practices that you try. Like you might say, I took a walk, I took a nap, I ate an apple, whatever it might be. Make a list of those because you're going to share those as well so we can expand our list of self-care practices. That's not in the handbook. That's the only additional question.
Okay.
It does take some time, so you don't want to wait till Sunday. I want
Practical question.
offer support in your presentation to use a style of presenting that allows you to get maximum feedback. Kate.
Just practical question. Every time I try to pull a subset out of the syllabus, my formatting is terrible. Do you have separate versions of that so that I don't have to spend so much time making the formatting look like it's coming together? Like, do you have just a midterm eval and a that kind of a thing, or no?
Okay, let me see if I can pull that up and I'll email it to you.
Thank you.
Can you
I'll
email
send it to
me?
everyone. Yeah, I'll
Okay.
send it to everyone.
Mhm.
Each of you, Audrey, will have an hour. What some people do, especially for the first time, is just simply read their answers. And your colleagues will say, well, Audrey, you don't have to read that part. And you just keep reading. And it, like I said, you want to get through it and give maximum time for conversation and discussion. All right. So the rest of our time, no other logistical items. The rest of our time is IPG. Let's go into IPG right now.
I have a last question. Does the self-care come into that unit evaluation, or we just express it verbally, orally?
You make a list, put it in.
Oh, in the evaluation?
Yeah, I'll add it. Yeah, so you just make a list so we have the collective resource. Thank you for asking that, Alice, because what I've done in the past is everyone has emailed their mid-unit evaluation to one another. Where are we with that? This group is a little bit different. Do we want to email them to one another in advance?
Mhm.
Email them the day of? Kate, you're looking like you don't want to send it at all, huh?
I'm just thinking I kind of actually personally enjoy the surprise of it. Like, I'm not going to think about all of it before it happens, but I'm going to be glad to hear it from your own mouth. But that's just personal preference for me.
I
Okay.
call just because
Okay.
last minute.
So that will give you some additional time. So we're agreeing as a group to not email them in advance. However, I'm not agreeing to not have it emailed to me by noon on the day of class. So by noon on Wednesday,
Okay.
because I do need to read it in advance. Okay. So by noon on Wednesday, if you have a problem and you're like, I need some additional time, just text me and tell me that.
Mhm.
Alfredo is going to be twiddling his thumbs all week long.
Alfredo, don't shame me. You don't, when you send it, I feel ashamed. So now that you
Oh,
send, I feel confident.
Erickson would understand why she feels shame because of where she is with that stage. See?
And I'm glad to be there.
All right. IVG. Ding. We've transitioned.
I want to reclaim some time because I want to share something that is still interest for me. Okay. And maybe it's going to take more than 50 minutes to discuss this because it's interesting. And it happened in our hospital settings. Not with us as chaplains in the hospital, but that happened with a chaplain who is working in hospice. And this is the scenario and what happened. The hospital has a place who they call extended care, where they send the people, for the time they need it. People can spend a week, 2 weeks, 5, 10 years. Okay. So this chaplain uh, is doing his routine visits and enter in a room. Each room has 2 beds. Okay. And it's divided only by curtains. Doesn't have any wall, just curtains. So this chaplain came into the room and noticed the patient that he's gonna give it to him the spiritual care is one of his members of the church because he's a pastor also. Okay, and he started talking to him, sharing about Jesus, about the gospel, about the conversion, about everything. And he finished with a prayer and he left. But what happened, the person who was in the same room, who was hearing the conversation, feel offense because they are talking about Jesus. And that was offensive to him and make a complaint. And the hospital was investigate what exactly happened, and they tried to fire this chaplain for doing that. And they start asking questions to us if somebody witnessed that. One of the chaplain was a witness, and they went with him and asked him. And when they asked him, this chaplain say, I don't know nothing about that, and I don't have any comment to say about that. He refused to testify against the chaplain. And I've been dealing with that because I thought, what this chaplain doing wrong, or this pastor? Because he was counseling the patient because he realized the patient was his own sheep, if I can say that, and congregate in his church, where he is the senior pastor. And I don't know if I do the same or different. Maybe I can make the same mistake. I don't know. I just want to share this with you to hear your feedbacks, what you think about that. We have to do something different. We can do something different. What we can do, we have those scenarios in front of us. Because this thing became an issue in the hospital. I wonder, how do you feel right now hearing that story?
Alfredo, thanks for sharing that. That sounds really intimidating on many levels. Can you explain for me who they is when you say they came, they asked, they talked to?
I can say the person in charge in the hospital. Some of the leaders of the hospital. I believe, I'm not sure, but I believe that came from the Human Resources Department. Because the chaplain, they asked him for it above, give it to them the testimony or share. He also works in the same area, but not as a hospice chaplain, as a chaplain from the hospital. And the pastor who was in the problem was a hospice chaplain. So because now they send us, okay, they send me once a week to work as a hospice chaplain in the area. But before that was only one chaplain from the hospital who wasn't to be there the whole time. It wasn't that time when that thing happened.
May I ask one clarifying question? Did, sound like, it's like a lawyer, did the chaplain in question have on a badge?
Yes, everything.
Thank you.
He was called as a chaplain, not as a pastor. I can say that. Because he was in the hospital acting as a chaplain.
It reminds me of a story Donna shared with us in orientation where something similar happened to her. And she said she walked down and switched badges and just said, I'm off duty. I'm the pastor here, and went back to engage. I just thought of that story as you were speaking.
That story came to my mind as well. And I thought of the example she said, okay, I am no longer the chaplain. I'm the pastor. You'll need to get a chaplain. And I don't remember who she said it to, but I'm sure it was other people at the place. And yeah, that's a tough one. But I believe, yeah, you have to take off the hat.
Yeah, but okay. When Kate was sharing her scenario about different cultures, even though one person say, "Can you pray in this for me?" Because you are not alone with him. There's more people around. See what we can do about it. So the scenario, yes, I'm agree with you. He can go out, take all the stuff, and enter as a pastor. But the patient wasn't alone. Was more people inside.
What about this, Alfredo, really sticks with you? You mentioned, I think earlier as you were talking, you felt fear or anxiety about something similar. Do you feel a particular connection or tension with this incident?
Let me think, because I know, everybody made mistakes, but I feel sad because the human resources was behind it to try to fire him. That's why it made me upset. Because they say we're gonna fire him if we find out that it's true what the patient say. And I say to myself, really? I can make the same mistake for that. They're gonna fire me. I can go and say to the patient, I'm sorry, wasn't my intention. Period. That made me sad. Of course. It's unfair. But on the other hand, it's the world that we live in it. everyone want to make a complaints for the mistakes of others. Yeah, when I hear that, because the one who told me was the chaplain who was facing the to ask him for the testimony. He's the one who told me this story. He's the one who shared with me this. What he really told me, say, I'm not gonna say nothing because I don't want somebody to lose the job because the job represent to feed the family of he has it. And I'm not gonna be part of that. How do you feel, Kate, hearing that story?
No, I think one of the hard things about working in secular spaces like we do is, and sometimes it happens in churches too, people just so often fail to dialogue well. And mistakes happen, intentions are good, laws are in place. And it seems like a lot of us land hard in one space or the other and don't tend to open the door to graciousness and engagement. And even if something's gracious for one, like gracious for this pastor, maybe the patient in the next bed was hurt, scarred forever for the rest of their life because they just felt so alone and isolated in that scenario. So there's hurt too. And it's like you want to gather all the parts of the story into a healing conversation. And that's just not always possible and not always done. And I don't know, I think there's sadness in that. So I listen to you and I feel sadness for all the people, all the parties, all the good intentions and the dashed hopes gone wrong.
Hmm. Yeah.
Was even thinking about HR, um, having to follow protocol, policies, procedures. If there's a complaint filed, there are you have to investigate, you have to ask questions, you have to respond. And so even that HR person having to, to initiate this and coordinate and go, they may have been feeling like
Yes. Yeah.
but
Yeah.
just having to do their job.
Yeah. My issue is with the system, not with the people.
Yeah.
We have a broken system anyway. I don't hold nothing against the people, not at all. The system is what we have to dealing with. Has happened to him could have happened to me. So I have to be aware. Yes, Alice?
No, go ahead, please, finish.
Yes, I have to be aware exactly where am I and what my role is it. And be aware if I'm gonna act as a spiritual caregiver, I'm gonna do that.
This sounds like a catch-22 situation. It's either way someone is hurt. So the larger question for me is the person involved, what would the person really practically would have done?
Yeah. I think what I learned of the experience is if I'm working as a chaplain, just do my job as a chaplain, even though it's one of my members, unless my member is alone in the room. If it's another person in the same room, I'm gonna be aware about that.
But what if you ask for permission to honor another person's
That's
request,
different, yeah.
right?
So different,
You
yeah.
ask for permission to honor another person's request,
Yes.
right? Because if it was the other person you are doing an interfaith ministry and you have to invoke their own rituals, the other person too will be hurt, right? So
Yeah.
what if permission is asked? So that, so that it's not like you're just doing it without because permission asked is I'm acknowledging the other person
Yeah.
in this particular scenario. The other way around, it will still be the same. For instance, if I am not a Buddhist and you are doing spiritual care to a Buddhist who asks you to perform a ritual, which is a Buddhist ritual. I'm not a Buddhist. I'll be mad too, right? Would they fire me because would they fire the person that does the Buddhist ritual? That is the question. So in scenarios like that, it's really a catch-22. Regardless of what you do, somebody will still feel hurt. Is the alternative not to solicit permission to honor another person's request?
Yeah. Thank you for your feedbacks. Really appreciate it.
There is so much about this job that is hard, Alfredo. Thank you for showing up and being as thoughtful and compassionate as you are. It's really such a good example to me.
In this case, I'm reading I think I told Donna the book this book by Velodias, which is saying it defines sin as the absence of love. So when there's love is absent, then chaos happens. Then all the breaking of the law happens. Just yearning for a day where we go back, that love transcends everything, and love will allow that we meet every person at their point of need, and it will not be a problem. Hopefully one day.
Yeah.
The book is called The Good, the Beautiful, the Kind. So
Okay, everybody breathe. Take a deep breath and relax. And release all the tension, you know.
Alfredo, if you're done sharing, I'll share one happy note. Today is
Yeah.
my youngest daughter's 16th birthday. And because I'm super boring being in this class and at work all day, we're going to make it up on Sunday. And she's designed a fabulous day, custom tailored to all of her joys. So part of me is bummed that her real birthday was so boring, but also super excited at her uninhibited seize the day mentality for the future. So I just thought I would share that because it feels kind of cool to have my youngest turn 16. Like that's a
Wow.
big deal of an age.
Yeah.
birthday
Yep.
to her.
Beautiful. So have a fun
Yes.
day and a beautiful day and enjoy it, Kate.
How old is your oldest, if I may ask?
She's 18. She's off at college. I have just the two.
College, transition. They are to hang in there. See, that is where you have a lot of the university fight for retention. They go there with this hope, and then they realize that this is not high school. The transition hits. They have to hang in there. Yeah.
Yeah, she's actually spending her first year over in London, and the school system is different there. You start with a 0, and every grade you get has to be earned. Here you start with 100 and you basically lose points for assignments. And then she said that it's basically you start, you have midterms, you have finals. There's no homework due, no points for homework. You just get scored on your midterm and your final for your total course grade up from 0. So like you said, she's like, this is not like high school. So
That is, if you do that to American system, they will fail so badly, because not everybody is a good test taker.
yeah, and she may very well fail. It's a good, different kind of experience, but it is a very different experience from what she's been through
Wow.
this far. But
Wow.
I'm for it.
Where is she?
She's at her school is Northeastern in Boston, but she's a biochem student. So they nowadays send the science kids abroad earlier for the programs that do it because you can take the intro classes more easily in other spaces, and then you come back for the lab work in your last few couple of years. Back when I did it, mostly the pre-med students didn't end up going abroad because they just had too much coursework to do, but that seems to have kind of recalibrated in this day and age, which I think is good.
Okay.
Wow, thank you. Thank you for your sharing, all of you. And I look forward to seeing you next week. Good night.
Good night.
Alice, can you stay for 2 minutes?
Sorry, the dentist took forever. They found my daughter had more problem than anticipated.
I figured. Oh, I figured. Do you want to try to reschedule? We're running out of added on to the end. What do you want to do?
How about Friday? You have time Friday?
What time?
Oh, gee, I'm having Society of Biblical Literature and Literature. I'm part of the board member. We have a meeting till 10. I can do 11 if you can. Or
Okay.
just tell me your time from 11. I'll be available.
I'm sitting here trying to do it out of my head. Let me open my calendar real quick.
I wanted to say 8, but the meeting is. I live in California. I'm the only board member who lives in California.
In California, of
Mine
course.
is 6 a.m. They do it at 9 a.m. Mine is 6.
Wow. I can do it at 11. I get out of this thing at 10:30 and my next thing doesn't start until 11:30.
Oh, perfect.
Okay.
You said we have 30 minutes, by the way, right?
Right. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let me just put
11.
it straight to my calendar.
11 a.m. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
All